makes waves with amazing deals and fast and knowledgeable customer service.
Swim on in for incredible deals on software and plugins at Toolfarm.
Join specialist sports production instructor Jason Hare for a series of free webinars, designing and creating statistics-based MOGAT templates for use in Adobe Premiere. Using real-world techniques he developed for the 2018 World Cup and 2019 Rugby World Cup, Jason will show you how to build templates in After Effects, combining Red Giant Universe, custom expressions, essential graphics panel techniques, as well as data-driven graphic workflows. See how to share these templates with Premiere Pro, helping editors achieve more in less time.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the 3D Motion Show. I'm your host, Matthias Omatola, aka Major VFX, here at Maxon US in our studios. I hope everyone's doing great this holiday season. I have to let you guys know it's been a great run of 2020. We've had countless artists, and today is the last show of the year, and we have another amazing lineup for you. To kick off the show, I have a special with Paul Babb, so we're going to kick over to him, and then we're going to start our entire lineup of amazing artists today. So take it from here, Paul.
Hey, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everybody, and welcome to the last show of the year, our last show of 2020. We'll let you know that we will be doing shows next year. We will continue to do this. We've been having a lot of fun and really enjoy engaging with everybody as best we can in this situation. I hope you're all staying safe and sane through this crazy time. We are trying to do that as well here at Maxon as we get through the rest of the year. News and notes. If you hadn't heard, there's the update to Trap Code, the update to Magic Bullet that came out last month. We're still seeing waves of people coming in and upgrading to different things, different suites, Maxon One. Make sure you get your questions in there. Make sure you get your upgrades. If you're not aware, there is a Redshift medal for Mac beta out there, a public beta. So if you've been waiting to get your hands on Redshift and you're a Mac customer and been waiting for that support on Metal, there is a public beta out there. Get your hands on that so you can see what's going on. And please get all the questions in there. Any questions you've got, please get them in as soon as possible so that we can engage with you and find out what you need, answer those questions for you. This morning, this afternoon, this evening, for wherever you are, I have a special guest. I'm going to be bringing on somebody this morning, a little interview from Inertia Studios in London. I'm going to be bringing Thomas Valente on. Thomas is the creative director and founder of Inertia in London. They've done some incredible work for PlayStation, Puma, ASICS, Porsche, and recently a very cool project for a company I'm not going to mention at the moment. It's a sort of an under NDA thing, but we may tickle a little bit of information on that one. They do some incredible work blending moving images. They do innovation design, a lot of motion graphics and CGI for advertising, entertainment, technology, and they actually do a little experimental marketing, which we'll dive into a little bit as well. But before I bring Thomas on, let's get a little tease of some of the cool work they've done. Nice. That's some great stuff, Thomas. Hey, ladies and gentlemen, this is Thomas Valente of Inertia Studios. Hey, listen, we would normally be pitching Thomas to come on the show and do a full-on breakdown presentation, but timing as it is and being our last show, and they had some great work to talk about, I decided to bring him on to talk a little bit about their work and hopefully get him back next year to actually do some breakdowns of their work for us. But welcome to the show, Thomas, and thanks for joining us.
No, thank you, Paul. Great to be here. And yeah, and likewise, we'd love to come along to IBC or any of those shows. That'd be wicked.
Well, there you go. Yeah, I kind of expect, for people who are wondering, we kind of expect we'll kick off the virtual shows again next year. And I would suspect, given that NAB has moved from April to October as a physical show, that our first big show would probably be IBC next year. Cool. So yeah, September will probably be the first time we get a chance to hang out in a larger group, because those of you that don't know, SIGGRAPH has also decided to be a virtual show next year as well. So that we really won't have a big show where we can hang out with everybody until September. But Thomas, tell everybody a little bit about Inertia.
Cool. I mean, I think you did a really good intro there. We're first and foremost, we're a creative studio. That's the thing we pride on. And then we specialize in CGI and motion design. And then we work with a whole range of agencies and brands all around the world. So yeah, so really fortunate to be in that position, to be honest. Very cool.
I was looking at the work on your reel, especially there's some great shoe work in there, ASICS and Puma and Adidas. Tell us a little bit how you got into that area of the market, and what was the pitch that the clients came to you with, and how you guys went about that.
To be honest, it was a collab with another agency, mm-hmm. And it's a culmination of work as a freelancer, which I was before, and that obviously built relationships along the years, which then obviously led to Inertia, and these projects luckily came in off the back of that. So luckily, didn't actually have to pitch for it, which is. I mean, it's a good place to be honest.
Yeah, actually, yeah, that buffer between client and agency is probably a really nice thing. So yeah. What part of the work, when did you come into the process, and was there, did you have a lot of creative influence over the process, or was it basically gun for hire?
No, we definitely had a huge role in the project. The creative campaign as a whole was already set in stone. But our responsibility was essentially take that language, develop it further. How does it look in motion? How can we extrapolate more assets and move it into a digital space out of home. So our involvement was actually quite large. It wasn't just creating the output. So yeah, that was it really.
Any specific difficulties or challenges or technological challenges or creative challenges you guys ran into during the process?
I mean, I'll be honest, we run into technical challenges all the time. The job wouldn't be fun otherwise. I mean, I think as a whole, the whole community, I think everyone loves to push the limits of the tools and what you can do. So yeah, all the time we're running into these tech problems. But
oh, absolutely.
Luckily managing to overcome them.
So, well, you know what? Let's take a look at one of those pieces right now. Let's take a look at take a quick look at Puma or ASICs there. Dave will pop one up for us. Very cool. Very cool. Tell me a little bit about the process of did you guys model everything from scratch? Were you given models to start with? You know, what was the process of approaching the project?
I mean, it varies from project to project. Luckily, with Puma, they had a model already. It wasn't to the fidelity already for animation. It was very much for key visuals, so it was actually quite low poly in that sense. So we actually rebuilt it from scratch. We retextured it so it could work with our render engine of choice, which is Redshift. So there was a bit of work up front to be done in terms of asset prep, but it varies from client to client, to be honest.
Yeah. Any specific challenges you guys ran into with the sort of the very fluid, fabric-y types of animation that you had in those pieces?
Not really. I think one of the most complex shots is what we call the dolphin, where the lace comes in and out of the shoe. But then actually Cinema managed to hold that together really well. We didn't have to move into Houdini or anything like that. So it's all actually done in Cinema. Quite proud of that. But that
we love hearing that.
But that was, I'd say, one of the most technical shots, which we managed to overcome. And then it's obviously big shout out to Henry, who's one of our motion designers, who did all the incredible type animation and actually worked on a lot of the 3D. And again, that synergy between the two worked incredibly well.
How many people are on your team?
So we're actually a really small team. We're only 5 people full time. So we've got Tom, who's my creative partner, Marika, who heads up production. And then we've got Henry, who's a rock star motion designer. And then we've also got Nikolai, who's a Houdini artist. But
Very
then,
cool.
I mean, we're a small team, but we actually expand and contract depending on each project. So we're never usually less than, I'd say, 7 people. But then depending on each project, we bring in skill sets that actually fulfill the creative needs of each one.
Excellent. You know, I was speaking of challenges. When I went to your site, and I'm sure the team will post your website link on the chat so that people can visit and take a look at your work. You had a really cool section of your website called Labs, and it looks like ways of experimenting and finding ways to be creative. Tell me a little bit more about the concept behind that Labs section.
I mean, the concept really is just showcasing some of our cool stuff. The stuff that clients never actually see, because it's literally behind the scenes, but it's essentially aiding those that do actually visit it and hopefully inspire some people. But it's literally the making of it. It's almost like a sketchbook it is literally a sketchbook for motion design and all the tools that we use. So
is most of what's in there, was it driven by content that was created, for pitches or for a client that just didn't end up getting used, or is there also content there where people were experimenting, outside of time when you guys have free time?
I think it's a mixture of both. There's definitely R&D in there, stuff that we've just made because that's something we do put a lot of time in. Not enough time, but we do try and get as much R&D as possible. But then just behind the scenes, really, stuff that we've either run into during a process, stuff that worked out and we're proud of, so we just put it up there. even stuff like photogrammetry, which we never actually get to do that much. It's just super interesting to see how all that comes together. So obviously, that's just a little insight into our working.
Yeah. I love how you guys put that up there. It caught my eye almost immediately, and I love some of the rawness of the work that's there. You can tell it's sort of there's a lot of experimentation going on, and maybe it's not completely finished and polished, but you can see the creative process behind it, and it's very exciting stuff. That's really great. Awesome. So you guys just got finished with a very cool project that hopefully we'll be doing some press coverage on you in the next month or so once you get permissions to talk about it. And while it's public, I'm sure we can talk a little bit about. We can't talk a little too much about the project, but we can certainly mention who it's for.
Yes, of course. It's for awesome.
PlayStation. Can you tell me about just the project? What the task was for the project?
Of course, yeah. I mean, can't go into too much detail at this point in time, but I'm sure once you guys play the video, it'll do most of the talking. But yeah, we essentially ended up doing 25 bespoke CGI shows, which are all based on an anamorphic illusion technique, from Piccadilly Circus in London to the COEX screen in South Korea and Times Square, for example. It was a global campaign, but that's where I'll need to draw the line, really.
Yeah, okay.
I'd love to come to the show next year or whenever possible and actually do a bit of a breakdown and talk about it in more detail.
Yeah, I know my content team is chomping at the bit to write up a story on you and get some coverage on there, but I know that you're kind of hamstrung until you get the permissions to really talk about it. But is there anything else you'd like to share with the audience about Inertia before we open it up? And by the way, if there's any questions, please throw those out there. If anybody's gotten any questions in the chat. No questions in the chat.
I mean, the one thing I would say is that we're constantly looking out for talent. So if anyone is out there and keen to work with us, please drop us a line. We're more than happy to hear from everyone.
Excellent.
For sure.
So was the sound something that was for the Puma project? There's a question from the audience. Was the CGI done to the sound, or was the sound edited into the piece after the post?
Oh, cool. Great question. I mean, we partner up with Zelig on that one, which I'm sure everyone's familiar on the show. And we tend to try and work in tandem. I think both inspire one another. So the audio can definitely influence the piece, the visual piece, and vice versa. Sometimes we need to ask our sound partners to then readjust the edit. But they both go hand in hand. Usually we start off with an animatic, like a reference track, if you wish. We work to that just to start to get a sense of tempo, timing, the fluidity of shots, and then depending on how fast the turnaround is, we'll then bring in a partner. But hopefully that process had already started before.
So in the particular case of Puma, was it chicken or egg? Did the music come first, or did the music come? Was it given to you, or did you create the rough cut and then adapt?
So we created a rough cut using a reference track, and then that got made bespoke for the edit.
Someone is asking, in the case where you rebuilt the shoe, it says, did you topologize the shoe that was given to you, or in Cinema 4D, or did you actually do that in another program?
So the retopology of the Puma shoe was all done in Cinema, but then the A6 film, which I'm sure if you guys want to show it, we've got it here on standby. Sure. That was actually, the shoe was scanned, so it was a photogrammetry, and then the whole process of retopologizing that was done in an external piece of software. But all the texturing, etc., that was all done in an external software also.
Very cool. With a team of 5 people or 5 to 7 people, where you kind of float between, what's the typical timeline of a project? What's the typical length of a project?
That's a great question. I think it varies from 2 weeks up to 2 months, depending on the scale and complexity of the deliverables. So, for example, if we are working on a phone commercial, with 2 phones, that might run into 2 months or just about 6 to 7 weeks. But if it's a Puma film, for example, that might be 3 weeks. It really, really depends.
Right. Someone was asking, why do you use Redshift?
I mean, I was ex Octane, and I just found it wasn't production ready. Just ran into so many glitches, and it just didn't really become a reliable tool. So that's one of the main reasons why we adopted Redshift, and we haven't looked back really.
Nice. So how do you normally, how do clients come to you? Yeah, you mentioned earlier that a lot of the projects were coming through relationships, but are you actually out there pursuing clients, or in general, how do the client jobs come to you?
I mean, so far we are in an incredibly fortunate position where everything is built organically. So all the relationships we have in place, we're getting work through word of mouth and the portfolio of work, which I know is an incredibly fortunate place. We do really want to start pitching for bigger work. So that's something which is definitely going to be one of our key targets for 2021.
Well, and who would your dream client be in that scenario?
Oh, this could get political, but I think working on an Apple piece would be amazing. So
really,
an Apple commercial would probably be the creme de la creme. So if anybody's out there with a contact, please hit us up.
Are you chomping at the bit to get your hands on one of those new M1s?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure I can afford it.
Well, there is that. That's definitely one of the cases. We did get a question: is what do you know what software was used for the photogrammetry on the shoes?
Ooh, good question. I'm not sure if it was Agisoft. I can't actually remember. I'll have to drop you once I come off the live stream. I'll drop you a comment on the YouTube channel.
Okay. Yeah, we can always throw it in the chat later for somebody. Cool. I see a Mac behind you there. Are you running your processes on Macs mostly?
It's a combo between Macs and PC, but we're definitely PC heavy.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is there a particular? Do you choose one or the other over for Cinema 4D?
It's usually PC based,
okay.
Mainly because we're running off GPU rendering, and being able to swap out cards as and when they get released. The craze is real. As and when they get released, we obviously try and update our PCs as much as possible. In Macs, there just isn't that much of a need to do so.
That makes sense. Well, and yeah, Redshift is just in public beta with the support for Metal on Mac, so I'm sure that might open that door for you a little bit here or there. Yeah, that one just kicked off. Great. You know what? We're running out of time because we got to get to our first presentation with Emiliano, one of my favorite buddies from South America. Yeah, he does incredible work. And I can't thank you enough for coming on. And we look forward to having you come next year to break down maybe a little piece of that PlayStation 5 piece. And anything else for the audience before I kick it out?
Not really. I mean, if you guys want to play that piece, more than happy to.
Yeah, actually, I'm going to tell Dave if he doesn't mind to, as we roll out, to play off the little teaser on the PlayStation 5 piece and the ASICS piece, which we didn't get a chance to play during your interview. Cool. But thanks for coming on. Enjoy the pieces that we'll have, and we'll be back with Matthias and Emiliano in just a couple of minutes.
Awesome.
Shake it up, be cool, work it out, do you.
Toolfarm makes waves with amazing deals and fast and knowledgeable customer service.
Swim on in for incredible deals on software and plugins at Toolfarm.
Join specialist sports production instructor Jason Hare for a series of free webinars, designing and creating statistics-based MOGAT templates for use in Adobe Premiere. Using real-world techniques he developed for the 2018 World Cup and 2019 Rugby World Cup, Jason will show you how to build templates in After Effects, combining Red Giant Universe, custom expressions, essential graphics panel techniques, as well as data-driven graphic workflows. See how to share these templates with Premiere Pro, helping editors achieve more in less time.
Mograph.com, an online resource for motion graphic artists. Start your week with the Mograph podcast. Industry news, interviews with your favorite artists, and terrible humor. Watch live shows and interviews from Mograph events like NAB, SIGGRAPH, Half-Res, and local meetups.
This is exactly what I should be doing.
Our Mograph Talks feature live demos and motivation from artists all around the world.
Sometimes you gotta make stuff that you're not gonna put on your reel, and I'm not here to judge.
What if Rick and Morty show up for the countdown at midnight? That's where I peaked in life, in my career.
We gotta stop this thing, Rick! It's gonna kill us all!
Hear from the people that create your software, design your render engines, and artists that are changing the face of modern motion graphics.
You get that render done. Yeah, you better frame what?
Mograph tutorials and online classes will teach you about Cinema 4D, After Effects, as well as other popular software and render engines.
Throw in Inertia Studio, take the render settings, pick the HDR, put in a reflection, and gorgeous.
Join the conversation in our live sessions.
Ah, that's so funny! All right, I'm gonna live forever!
Subscribe today and get the latest updates on our YouTube and other social media channels.
Take all your dreams and just do it!
Subscribe to Mograph.com.
Welcome back to the show, ladies and gentlemen, and all my family of creatives around the world. I'm Matthias, aka Major VFX, here at Studio in Los Angeles at Maxon. So we're in for a big treat today if you guys are into character animation at all, and I hope you are, because our next artist and creative is going to showcase how he's been able to do high quality production work all using cinema. You saw him last year at SIGGRAPH with us, but welcome back to the show, Emiliano Topete.
Hello everybody, my name is Emiliano Topete. Back in 2019, I did a presentation for Maxon at SIGGRAPH, and a few weeks later, Roy Acavia, one of the showrunners of a production company called Sugar 2020, reached out to me to make with our Cinema 4D production pipeline a 12-minute pilot episode for a show they were developing. And I will let Roy take it from here.
Thank you, Emiliano. Hi, everybody. My name is Roy Acavia. I'm an artist, animator, and director of animation. 2 years ago, I found I have diabetes number 2. My wife, as a doctor, recommended me to do diet, obviously, and exercise. And I started doing it, and I lost weight, and I don't take pills anymore. Then she told me, why don't do a TV series about sugar, about the evil of sugar? So, okay, I connect my partner, Roberto Mitrotti. He's a writer and film director he lives in Hollywood, and I introduced him this idea and he liked it, and we start working together creating a concept. And after a while, writing appeared by his hands, and we have now a script and a storyline. I work on the characters in the same time, and I come with a concept of characters. I connect Ricardo Curia. He is a concept artist. He brought the drawing to the level of animation and presentation that are very, very beautiful. And now I need a production company. So I look into the internet, and in SIGGRAPH 2019, I see the presentation of Emiliano Topete, his company called Polygon. And I say, wow, this is very, very interesting. I like the way he do the rig, by the way. Then I say, wow, Cinema 4D is interesting. I used to do Cinema 4D in 2006. When I used to do Unity 3D, those days I used to do platform for Second Life, the gaming system, right? But for me to direct my thoughts, what can be better than Wacom and a pencil, right? So I used the doodle doodle, amazing for art director or to anybody that as a group that work together. So able to draw in the perspective, on the side, on the front, a direct camera position to layouts, position of the characters. So I achieve a lot by working from Japan with Mexico. We did good. I have to wake up at 3 o'clock in the morning every day, but this is okay. We have a great presentation now. So I hope you're enjoying it. This is a sizzler. And you up there, if you have something to share and you want to connect me, please do. Until the next time, Happy New Year, and keep creating. Cinema 4D is great. So, thank you. Bye-bye.
Tastes good, Miss Marshmallow?
This is the most amazing place in the world.
Damaging to your health.
Let me go!
Don't you get it? They're the ones kidnapping you with their junk food.
My sweetest of citizens, we banned apples and broccoli a long time ago.
You don't like the food here?
She loves sugar. She'll be easy to convert.
Hi, Mom. Is that you, baby? Do you believe I'm eating vegetables and fruits? Yeah, me.
And you're lucky. You met the resistance.
When I first saw the script, I almost fainted. The production was in need of more than 200 shots, 17 characters, 14 sets, a motorcycle, a train, a helicopter, and tons of VFX. And on top of that, we had the pandemic. Here in the studio, we had developed projects with 3 or 4 characters in a simple layout, so I wasn't completely sure of how Cinema 4D was going to handle something as big as this. And let me tell you straight off, it was amazing. We had a fast and efficient animation workflow and a flawless post-production pipeline. So today I want to share with you 9 tips that I consider were the most valuable of the production. So let's start with 3 rigging tips. Number 1, understanding the object manager. What? The object manager, he said? No explosions or cool effects? Knowing how the object manager works is the one thing I wish I had known back when I started using Cinema 4D 15 years ago. The object manager has a reading sequence from top to bottom and left to right. If you organize the objects in your file, keeping this very simple principle in mind, you can get away with anything your heart desires. Okay, so this is a file of a character in the show, and as you can see, we have organized everything into these 5 groups, and this sequence was really proven to be flawless thanks to this production. So let's go ahead and dissect how this object manager is working. So the first thing that you want your Cinema 4D to read is your spline group. Through a lot of years of studying and using cinema, we've found that it's very convenient to build beneath the system of joints of a character a system of splines. And this is due to the fact that splines will allow you to get away with limbering sensations in animation. As you can see, I can break the elbow joint, and this will result in very interesting in-betweens in the animation process. So the way that this is working is that Cinema will start reading here at the top until it arrives and reads this spline that we have called the left arm spline. And Cinema will read this, understand it, and it will send this information downstream, sort of speaking, until it reaches this chain of joints that are driving the left arm. Specifically this tag called an IK spline tag, that is the responsible one for creating a link between this spline and the chain of joints. So as you can see, the riggers have dropped this object into this field, and the fact that the object manager has already read this object will guarantee that Cinema will know exactly how to solve this tag. I have seen a lot of tutorials where people overcomplicate things using this priority parameter, but it is really not necessary if you just keep in mind this very simple logic. Now we have found that this was true for all tags in Cinema except for one, which is the Espresso tag. We learned that the objects that were contained inside of this tag, it wasn't necessary for them to have been previously read by the object manager in order for this tag to be correctly solved. So what we decided to do is just to group all of the expressos here on the top of our object manager, and this helped us to avoid later on any conflict between the expressos and the rest of the tags that we were going to build in the rig. So as you can see, this is our third group, which is the rig itself, and I cannot go into a lot of detail, but I would like to recommend you to study a lot out of this character object that you can find in the character menu. We have taken a lot of very good ideas out of studying how this object is built. Now, our fourth group is the animation group, and it contains this object selection object that if you were to double click in any of them, you can have a selection of multiple controllers, and this is very useful for animators in the animation process. And our final group is the meshes of the character, and we have organized it into two groups. The features of the character, which are the cloth, the hair, or any prop of the character, and finally the body group, which contains the mesh of the body of the character. And as you can see, this is the last object on our list. And the way that we understand this is that every single null, joint, or tag that you build inside of your object manager will send all this information down until it reaches this object that ultimately is the object that is going to get animated. This is an example of a scene handed out to an animator. As you can see, it has 5 characters and a fairly complex layout. So here we came along with a specific order for things to be read as well in the object manager. This is the way that we managed to build a fast, efficient, and mostly stable animation workflow for the animators. Keep in mind that some of them had never used Cinema 4D before, and thanks to the pandemic, they were working at home, sometimes in laptops. So I guess it all comes down to a very simple example. Let's right-click on this cube and go down to rigging tags and hit constraint. I'm going to check PSR. Most of the tags in Cinema 4D have fields on them, and you can drag and drop objects to those fields. The only thing that you have to make sure of and understand is that those objects have to be on top and to the left of that tag. And if you keep this very simple logic in mind, you won't run into any troubles whatsoever. The second thing I want to say to the riggers out there is don't be afraid of adding complexity to your object manager. I remember when I first started using Cinema 4D and rigging, I remember looking at these gigantic lists in the object manager and thinking, you know what, there must be a simpler way of doing this. And for many years, what happened was that we were left up with very simple rigs. So for example, here we have the rig of the fingers. And this is what we had up until 2019. We just had like this FK system built into the fingers. And we could do something like this. And if we needed to play around with individual fingers, we would just select the controller and move it around. But then when I came back from SIGGRAPH, some of the riggers told me, okay, so we should keep this rig definitely, but we could add on top of that this other rig that will let us to do very complex stuff in animation. So what we did here is we built a little bit of complexity into the hierarchy of each finger. And it's just some nulls and that are connected to the attributes of this controller right here. this sphere, and through an espresso. So let me show you the espresso. It must be this one over here. And as you can see, just the certain attributes of that sphere are moving the rotations of those nulls in the fingers. And this allows you to, as an animator, to select this controller, and with no time whatsoever, you can get away with amazing poses for the fingers. So once again, do not be afraid of adding complexity into your object manager.
Let me tell you about this place.
Color coding and customizing. Surprisingly, one of the things that people were asking about from my SIGGRAPH presentation was, how did we manage to do all this user data with all these colors and sliders? And it is very simple. I'm going to make a new file, and the thing here in Cinema 4D is that you can grab any attribute. Let's grab the size X and right click and say add to HUD. I'm going to hold the Control key and drag this over here, and then you just have to right click, and in display what we do is we go for the icon so that we get the icon, and this allows us as well in display to play with the icon size, and we say large. And this already looks better for an animator, and we just to color things up, and we put here a background and go for a color, and this is the way that is done. Okay, so all you riggers out there know that using colors keeps you from going insane when it comes to rigging. And here in the studio, we love using colors, that you have seen here in this presentation. And when back before R21 came along, we used to do our controllers of every character with nulls. And this was because of the fact that nulls had the possibility of using color in their icons, whereas splines couldn't. Let me show you this more clearly here in the Object Manager. So I'm going to right click and say unfold all. And I'm going to hit this lantern over here so that I can filter out only the nulls. So hitting the Control key in my keyboard, I'm going to click on this eye icon, and I will see only the nulls of the Object Manager. And as you can see, well, there's a very strong relationship between what you see in the viewport and what you see in the Object Manager, and this is, well, just a blessing as a rigger. But there are times when you need controllers not to be nulls, but to be spline, because of the fact that, for example, here in the head controller, if you use a null, the mesh of the character would block the visibility of that controller. So it comes very in handy to have a spline for the head controller. But we didn't like the idea of not having a color for the spline icon here in the Object Manager. But now let me show you. I'm going to hold the Option key in my keyboard and hit that eye icon and hit it again, so that I can now filter again everything to normal. And as you can see here in the splines, we have the possibility of seeing the colors. I'm going to get rid of the visibility of the meshes and of the rig as well, so that you can see my splines. Here they are. And everything has a lot of colors, and it's very understandable for you and for your team. And well, another thing that came along with Cinema R21 was the fact that you could use these very interesting icons in your rig. And the only thing that you have to do here is you have to go to the Attributes Manager, and on the Basic tab you can load any of these presets that Cinema has, or you can do your own. For this next tip, I have to make a shout out to Orestis Konstantinidis back in the MAXON headquarters in Germany, for he showed me this very, very cool tip. This is an example of a scene that was handed to an animator back when were doing the production. And this is the way that we have set up a file for animation. So as you can see in the left, we can see what the render is going to be rendering. And on the right, the animator can select controllers and animate. So what I asked Orestes was if there was a way of filtering out from this view the controllers. Because if you go to filter and you get rid of the nulls and the splines, which are the controllers that we have made in our rig, we would lose them here in our render view, but we would also lose them in this other viewport, which we need them to work with. So what he told me is this. You have to go to options and then to configure. And here in the configure attributes manager of this viewport, you have to right click on the null filter and say make parameter local. And we're going to do the same for the splines. And now, as you can see, we can get rid of the nulls and we can get rid of the splines here in the render view, but we can still have them in this other viewport and we can work without any trouble for the animators.
Sí, papito.
That boy looks like my son. Very handsome.
One last rig tip. Okay, so in this project we found that for squashing and stretching, it was more convenient not to use the squash and stretch deformer that we had used in previous projects, but the freeform deformer. And let me show you the difference. If I go to my layer manager and bring my secondary controllers to a visibility, I have this controller over here, this cross on top of Arlo's head. And what squash and stretch allows you to do is to pull down and up in the y-axis a certain object. But the freeform deformer allows you to go into different directions. And this has like a more organic feeling to it, like a He-Man doll. And the rig behind this is very simple, actually. I'm going to bring into my object manager my deformers and my meshes, and I'm going to unlock them. And I'm going to click on the visibility of my deformers. And here on the bottom of my object manager, we can find our freeform deformer. If I double click on this tag, which is the weights tag, we see that we can paint weight to the points of a freeform deformer. And these points have been painted to this little joint over here. And if I hit N and G, so that I can see here, on the bottom part of that freeform deformer, I have this other joint, and the bottom points of the freeform deformer have been weighted to this other joint. So in this way, if there is a change in the position of them, that's how these points move. Now, there is a thing that I have to mention that was like the tricky part of this rig, is that we don't only have to change the position of those joints, we have to change the scale so that it squashes and stretches. So for this, we made this very clever expresso that calculates the distance between those two joints. And here we have a distance of 50, and it's just a simple division with this value of 50 in the other input. And if this distance changes, then the result will change to 1, to something bigger or smaller than 1. And in this way, the scales, the X and Y and Z of the joints will change, and we will have this squash and stretch feeling to it. Mograph to the rescue. I want to show you how our Mograph background allowed us to troubleshoot 3 very difficult script requirements. Okay, so first off, let's start with Roberta. and her transformation from a bird to a robot. This cute character, of course, represented a huge challenge because of this transformation. And so we went to our Mograph skills, and what we figured out was the following. The rig of the wings, of course, is very simple. It's just an FK that moves them like this, and the rig of the head is as well just an FK that moves the head like that. But the difficult part, the challenging part, was how to transform this from one to another. So what we figured out was the following. Let me change this to a subdivision version so that you can see it more clearly. So what we figured out was the following. Let me bring my deformers and my meshes to my object manager. Let me unlock them so that we can see them. And as you can see, I grouped in null a head for the robot, and I grouped in this other null all the objects that make up for the head of the animal, of the bird. And inside of those nulls, I placed a plane effector. And what that plane effector is doing in its parameters, it's scaling all the faces of those objects down. So let me show you how this works. I'm going to bring my secondary controllers. I'm going to select the controller and bring it close to the body. And you can see that the wing transforms from bird to robot. And the same for the head. If I were to pull this down on the y-axis, it would transform to a robot. So the way that this is working is that this plane effector has on the fall-off a direction of y plus, and the plane effector of the robot has y minus. And this is how, when one transforms in, the other transforms out. Other thing that it's, I have to mention is that it is necessary to have this poly effects, which you can find here in the Mograph menu, because this poly effects, what it will do is that it will recognize each polygon of the geometry as if it were a cloner. And that's the way that we can break those apart. And now, to finish, you may be asking where, well, are the actual fields? The object of fields, we conveniently just parented them here in the head controller. We created the controller of the transformation, and as a child of that controller, we put the linear field of the robot head and the linear field of the animal head. And just like that, we managed to pull out this very difficult script requirement.
Who are these guys who hate me so much?
Okay, so let's continue with more Mograph tools for all you Mograph junkies. So you may be familiar with the sound effector, and the sound effector, of course, is one of the coolest things in Mograph, because it allows you to, let me very quickly make a setup for a sound effector. And I'm going to put a sphere into a null object, into a cloner object, and I'm going to make a child of it, and I'm going to just very quickly transform that into a grid array, and maybe pull this to 3. And now, having the cloner selected, I'm going to Mograph, Effector, and Sound Effector. And here in the Sound Effector, I have a field, and I can load any sound I want. So now if I were to hit play, here it doesn't happen, but if I just move this where the waveforms of this clip is actually happening, we can have this. So what we did is the following. We had this, with this scene, we handed to the animator just the robots and the set and the characters, and when they sent us back the scene, the only thing that we had to do for the robots to have this movement, sort of speaker movement, their mouths. As you can see, they're like these old speakers moving, like pumping in and out. The only thing that we had to do is in that piece of geometry, that is the head, we made a sound effector, a child. The only thing that you have to keep in mind here is that inside of the deformer, you have to change the deformation to polygon, and that's it. In this way, the deformer will treat a geometry as clones. The only thing that we have to do here is inside of the parameter, we have to put some movement, in this case C. I just placed 2 centimeters. And here we can load the sound. I'm going to load a wave sound. And that's it. Once I hit play, as you can see, the geometry is being affected. And one last thing that I have to mention is that I did have to make this tag, which is a weight tag, a weight selection tag, that will allow for some of the polygons to be affected and other points not to be. And this way we were able of figuring out this issue of the speakers of the robots.
Get up your schmucky-ducky.
For the robot's eyes, Roy and Roberto sent us this reference of how they wanted the eyes to look. The robot's eyes had to be this sort of very cool reference that they sent us. And so when we saw this, we instantly thought of making a cloner object and play around with the visibility of the clones with a plane effector. And it worked just beautifully. So let me show you. Here we have the character. I'm going to subdivide it so that we can see it more clearly. And for the eyes, we created this controller. And if we move it around, the pupil of the robot would move in the same fashion that the reference does. And not only that, this controller has some user data that when you bring the slider to the right, you could have a blink. And as you can see, it also matches the way that the reference moves. So the way that we did this was the following. Let me go to my layer manager and click on the visibility and unlock. Okay, so now we have everything here in our object manager, and our eyes are over here, left and right eye groups. And oops, I lost them. Here they are. Okay, so as you can see, we have our cloner of this simple cylinder, and it's cloned, and then it has a plane effector. This plane effector, what it's doing is just playing with not the position, scale, or rotation, but the visibility of the clones. And the cool thing here is that in the follow-off tab, you can play around with a list of fields. So this field over here is a box field, and this one is the one that is doing the work for the movement of the pupil. It's just a box field, and let me bring it to visibility so that we can see that. And there it is. There is the box field, as you can see. And for the blink, we had to go into a little bit more of trouble, but not so much. We have this piece of geometry that we called left lead, and let me turn it on. And as you can see, it's just a piece of geometry, and it has a postmorph tag. The postmorph tag, of course, as you all know, it allows you to change the aspect of a polygon and to model it in several ways. So what we did is we connected this to our user data, and this object is as well in the list of the follow-up tab of the plane effector. So wherever this piece of geometry is, it will turn on the clones and it will turn off the clones that are outside of it. And that's basically it. That's the way that we managed to pull off this VFX. The mirror scene was without any doubt the most challenging script requirement we had to face. And well, the storyboard said that Shu was in her bedroom, and while she suddenly heard this music coming out of the mirror, she approached her mirror in the wall, and suddenly the mirror started to make these ripples, like this wobble effect, and a hand came out of the mirror, grabbed her, wrapped her, and pulled her in. And we tried different effects to achieve this, and we didn't like most of them. And then we remembered that Cinema 4D has this amazing cool feature called the volume mesher and the volume builder, which does this melting or meshing together of polygons. And we tried this, and this is what we came up with. What we did is we brought into our scene a second character, and here it is, Hierarchy. And I'm going to pull out so that you can see him over there. We made him very big, and we just needed his hand, so he looks very funny, but we had no trouble with that because we were only going to see the hand in the mirror. And what we did with Hierarchy is we just animated his hand, just opening the fingers and grabbing her and pulling her in. So then what we needed to do is blend this geometry of the hand with the geometry of the surface of the mirror. But we ran into an issue because we weren't able of just parenting to the body of Hierarchy, the volume mesher and the volume builder. For some reason, the skin deformer or the tags, we don't know why, but things would just not work out. So what we figured out how to do this effect was that we just selected the mesh of the body, and we went to file and we export this particular mesh, this object, to an Alembic file. And the thing that you have just to remember here is just to leave this checkbox of the selection only parameter checked and hit OK. And with that, you are going to be left with this other mesh. Let me get rid of the visibility of Hierarchy here and fold it in. And yeah, so this is the mesh that we were left off with, Hierarchy body. It is an Alembic file, and so this allowed us to just place it as a child of the volume builder and the volume mesher with the surface of the mirror, which itself has a formula effector that it's the one that is doing the ripples. Let me put the visibility of my VFX. There it is. So as you can see, we have the volume builder and the volume mesher. Here's the hand. Here's the formula effector working on the surface of the mirror. And we just played around with the parameters of the volume builder and the volume mesher, and which are very, very simple. And just like that, we were left up with this very, very cool effect that allowed us to blend between the two surfaces and do this very incredible piece of effect. For this last part of the presentation, I would like to talk to you about 3 tips regarding post-production. Number 1, subdivision surface. When and how to use it makes all the difference. This is perhaps one of the most important tips I want you to take out of this presentation. I sometimes see people putting a lot of meshes in their object manager into subdivision surfaces, like one subdivision surface for every mesh. And this can turn out as something not so efficient. What we found here in the studio is that you can have a lot of meshes and you can put them together, you can group them together with Option G into a null. And this null you can put it into a subdivision surface. I'm sorry, I'm going to undo that, and like that, yes. And I can get rid of this subdivision surface and this one as well. And now I just have one generator doing all the job. And this becomes very efficient. And let me show you what we did here. I have an example of a scene. And as you have been able of seeing in all this presentation, we of course have this order for our scenes. And let me show you, for example, here we have a character. I'm going to bring into the object manager the meshes and I'm going to unlock them. So as you can see, the meshes of the character have not only the body of the character, but it has the eyes, the bell, the tongue, the teeth, the mouth, the hair, all these pieces of geometry. But all of these pieces of geometry, all of these meshes are grouped within this null that itself is a child of this subdivision surface. And this is the way that all the character just gets subdivided with just one click. And this is very convenient for the render department. And let me explain a little bit further. When you're animating, you really need things not to be subdivided so that you can have a fast workflow. And as you can see, I'm going to lock my set so that I can select my controllers. I'm not on a fast machine really, and I am being able of navigating without any trouble and making keyframes and moving my controllers around and undoing. And this is very, I mean, for a scene that has 5 characters in it and a fairly complex layout, well, this is a very good workflow. And this is because none of the characters and the set has subdivision on right now. The subdivision is off. And this is the reason why animators can do things with a good flow. But then, of course, comes the moment when you have to render your scene. So what we did was simple user data in the God controller, which is this little purple controller in each of the characters. And what this user data does is that it has a connection to the subdivision surface. And as you can see, it subdivides the characters. So what the render department did was they clicked on this magnifying glass, I suppose, and typed in God. And here we have all the God controllers. So if we would go to attributes and go and select each one of these controllers, we could very fastly subdivide all of the characters and the scene would be ready to render. And this, as you can see, becomes a very fast production workflow for the animators. And it turns out as a very fast production workflow for the render department as well.
Save your breath.
Compositing tag, external compositing tag, and Cineware. The utmost joy of not having to track or rotoscope ever again. Okay, so here we are at the police station of Sugar Dream City. And the challenge we had to face here was that this red character over here called Chief Seuss, the chief of police, he had to transform his head into a screen. And a video had to appear on that screen. So to troubleshoot that, what we did is we animated this like a transforming of the head into another prop that was this screen. And then we used this relationship with After Effects that allows you to put video inside of of certain objects. And this you do with the compositing tag. So let me show you. I'm going to open my props, and here is the screen. But I have to go to my layer manager, and I have to put in the object manager the meshes and unlock them. And now here I have my screen. I'm going to zoom in, and here it is. I'm going to show it to you. This is the object, right? And what we did is we put this tag called the compositing tag. The way you do this is you just right click, you go to render tags, and here it is, compositing tag. Now this tag in its attributes has this object buffer tab, and you just have to choose whatever number you want here, and you just have to make sure in your render settings that you check multipass, and here in this little multipass button you have to click on object buffer, and this way you will drop to this list any amount of object buffers that you want. So as you can see, this one has the number 11, just as we have it here in the attributes manager. And so that's it. That's all that we have to do in Cinema 4D. Oh, and one more thing. You have to make sure that here in the save parameter of the render settings, you choose open EXR format for your render, because this format will allow you in After Effects, inside of After Effects, to do something very cool. Let me show you. So here we are in After Effects, and we are left off with this render, which is the EXR render that is, well, the render itself. And on top of that, I placed the image that I had to put inside of that screen. So the only thing that we have to do in After Effects is select the render. I'm going to hit Command D to duplicate, and I'm going to drop it on top of that image. Now, with this layer selected, I'm going to Effect, 3D Channel, and go to Extractor. This is a native effect of After Effects. And here we are left up with this layer drop menu. And here we have our object buffer 11. So I just select it. And as you can see, our screen now is something that is completely white against all the rest of the scene that is completely black. And what this allows you to do inside of After Effects is that you can use it as a trackmate. So what we're going to do is we're going to select this image below, and we are going to the track matte column, and we're going to select Luma Matte. And just like that, the image will restrain to that specific screen object that we selected in Cinema 4D.
And you, Rosebud!
The external compositing tag is one of the best things that can happen to you if you hate tracking just as much as I do. The directors of the show wanted us to put lights inside of these sirens, of these robots. And the way that we did this is as follows. Let me go to my layer manager, and I'm going to click here so that I can bring my meshes and unlock them. And we had to put in this null object called Silent Light. Because we had to put it here, and let me tell you, this is very important. We thought that this little guy, we could be able of putting it inside of the head rig, but it turned out that we couldn't, because for the external compositing tag to work, which is this guy over here, this guy is going to send the information of the coordinates of this object into After Effects. But it is very important that this object has global coordinates, and any object that is inside of this head controller has local coordinates. So we would be left off with no coordinates whatsoever. So we needed to figure out a way around this, and what we came up with was with this espresso, very simple espresso, that just takes the global position and the global rotation of this object right here and just sends it to this object right there. And this way, now the external compositing tag can take this information and send it to After Effects. So the way that this works in this scene, let me show you. We have our set, our characters, our props, everything as I have shown you in this presentation. And here in our characters, we have the robot dog. Let me go to my layer manager, and I'm going to bring the meshes to the object manager. And here we have the siren light. And as you can see, we have the path that this object now is following. If I go to its attributes, here in the coordinates tab, I have all this changing in the position and the rotation globally. And this information can be sent out to After Effects thanks to this external compositing tag. And the way that you set this external compositing tag is that you just have to right-click on the object. You have to go to Render Tags, and here you have External Compositing. And we just left it as it is, as a solid object. And if we were to go now to After Effects, as you can see, what is very, very convenient about the relationship that has been going on for the past few years between Cinema 4D and After Effects is that you can import a Cinema 4D file into After Effects. And this is the case that we did here. Let me make a quick example. I am just dragging this Cinema 4D file into a new composition, and we can see our Cinema 4D file inside of After Effects. And in order for us to see those external compositing nulls that we created in Cinema, we just have to click on Extract. And automatically, After Effects will bring those external compositing nulls as layers. So here in my scene, I have my camera and I have my null. And as you can see, I have that same path that I had back in Cinema 4D. Now I have it in After Effects. And this way I can just put a flare, and this flare will follow the siren of the robot perfectly. And that's just a beauty for all of those who just like me, don't like to track at all. One last thing about this, I have to make the question, if any of you out there know the answer to. In the past, what I used to do with these objects is I had to use the cappuccino. This is because in order for After Effects to understand this path, you have to create keyframes in Cinema 4D. And in the past, what I used to do with these objects is that I had to create like a keyframe for every frame. I selected the object, I went to Animate, and here we have Cappuccino. I started the real time on Cappuccino and checked position, scale, and rotation, everything good. And I just clicked on an empty space. And what Cinema 4D would do is it would create a keyframe automatically for that object on every frame. But this wasn't the case in this project, so I had to go and put my keyframes frame by frame. And I wasn't able of figuring out why this was. So if any of you out there know the reason, please stay for the questions and answer so that we can figure it out together. So to wrap things up, I have to talk about these amazing plugins that Red Giant has created and that were life-saving for us in the production. So for example, here we have an example of the null light factory that we used in this scene that I showed you earlier of the robots. We used this amazing flares of null light factory for them. In this other scene, there's an example of the Holo Matrix, also by Red Giant, which allowed us to get this very cool look for holograms. Another amazing plugin is the Shine, which allows you to simulate volumetric lighting without having to render them, which takes a long time. This is the Starglow, also of the Trapco family by Red Giant, which allowed us to create this amazing glowing neons in the city. And finally, well, one of my favorites, which is the Trapco Particular, which, well, it creates particle simulations very efficiently and with great results. I would like to thank Sugar 2020 for trusting us with this amazing project and experience, and letting us be part of it. I would also like to thank Paul, Babb, and Frederic Bouquet, and everybody in Maxon for all the support through the years. And finally, thanks to the artists and all the talent that put their hearts and minds into every single day of the production. If you are a 3D artist or animator and want to join the team, please reach out to us at this mail or Instagram account.
Welcome back to the show. I'm here with Emiliano Topete. Emiliano, great job, brother. Welcome.
Thank you very much. Hi, everybody.
So,
Nice
first of all, everybody wanted to let you know that how blown their minds are. So you really blown away a lot of audience with the techniques. So a lot of people saying, great work, amazing, chiming in. Thank you. So good to have you back too, because everyone really loved your presentation last year. So adding on to that and this huge project, there's definitely so much depth to it to be able to put together an entire series. And I don't have many people that have been on the show that have done that. So it's great for you to share all of your techniques. So thanks again on that.
You're welcome. Yes, not a lot of people use Cinema 4D for this kind of projects, and so yeah, it's just amazing to share like all the information that we have managed to learn out of our process with the community. I have learned everything that I know thanks to the people that have shared in tutorials and in live streams like this. So it's just a way of saying thank you and giving back.
No, well, thanks so much. I mean, that's one of the greatest things about our community is how much people share and always uplift and build the next artist. So we all have the tools so we can create more of what we desire. And I think your presentation will definitely inspire more people to go into do larger productions and you know, be able to venture off and not be intimidated. So thank you for making it accessible and kind of peeking behind the curtains of an entire production. So I wanted to dive into one of these questions from the start here, and let's see here. That is renderer. Someone said you used a standard renderer?
We used the physical render. Yeah, we are very interested in the future using, of course, Redshift, but the studio is very Macintosh based. So we're crossing our fingers for that to happen in the future. Of course, GPU rendering. But here, what we did in this project was just rendering with the physical render. You have to keep in mind that we had like a very tight schedule, and the project was immense. So the physical render just allowed us to do the production. And yeah, we rendered with Rebus Farm, and everything went just beautifully.
That's always good to hear at render time. Went beautifully.
Yes.
Yeah, so that's one of the things, folks, is you know, Cinema still has powerful renderer built in. If you're using Redshift, if you're developing that, you can still get amazing work done using the standard and physical renderer. So but I know a lot of people moving into the world of Redshift, as I'm myself, I'm getting geared up to get, you know, to that next level. So that's exciting to see. And I'm sure a lot of people want to see that workflow once you start working with that, especially in the world of Mac. That's like every show we keep getting that. So there's definitely a lot of interest behind it. Let's see. Somebody was wondering, do you use the character object as a starting point, or do you use any preset rig, or do you always build from scratch?
Well, back in 2015, when we started, 2013, when we started animating in Cinema 4D, we would use the character object. And the character object allowed us to do a lot of productions beautifully. And it was perfect for us, but we have studied how the character object is built, and we have made our own rigs. This is because we have found that in order to keep a lot of control of our production, like for example, if we need to put glasses or any props or whatever into our files, it was just necessary for us to be able of, opening the hood and knowing exactly where everything was. Because of course, in a big production, you really need to know exactly where everything is if you have a problem. So that's the reason that we decided eventually to leave the character object alone and just build our own rigs. But we did learn a lot from how this subject is built.
Yeah, I think one of the things that you show, because you are doing a lot of prop attachment and things like that to different joints and things. So yeah, it's definitely useful to know exactly where things are instead of having to dive in for each unique character, building something out. Somebody was wondering about the sound effector and if you would use the sound effector to drive other types of animation.
The sound effector, the sound effector was amazing for this kind of animation because it allowed us to get away with this effect of this like old speaker just pumping in and out. But we didn't find it necessary to use it in any other animation because when you're doing lip sync, you just have to go in and do a lot of the work yourself. And sometimes in lip sync, as most of you animators out there know, you have to bring your rotation of your mouth like 2 frames earlier or 2 frames after. I'm sorry, the sound has to come 2 frames after the rotation and the visibility of the mouth opening. So this wasn't going to just hit the lip sync precisely as we needed, but for the animation of just pumping in and out the speakers of the robots, it was perfect.
Yeah, you don't have exact lift movements for all the phonic, the phonetic sounds that are, all the different mouth shapes.
Exactly, because we could have just connected the sound effector to the rotation of the controller of the lower jaw. Sorry,
right.
of the lower jaw of the character, and that would like start that would create like a good base for the animation of the lip sync of a character. But we considered this, but we got rid of this idea because we just found that it wasn't necessary and that it was just more trouble.
Yeah. I mean, especially with that type of pipeline where you have to get things done quick. Trouble is not something you're really dealing with.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, and you have to once you go into the animation process, you have to let the animators just deal with however they want the things to move. And what I think is that this kind of generators that Mograph has, like the sound effector, they are amazing for this kind of effects. But when it comes to as an animator, what you want is freedom. You don't want anything to mess with the way that you want things to look and to move, especially. So we didn't want the animators to feel like trapped within something. We want them to just be free to develop movement, design movement and animation the way that they want to.
Yeah, that's really I mean, that changes the way you work too. When you have an environment where that's free, you get more creativity. You know, there's something about having certain design parameters to keep things in a box, and definitely some huge value in letting creatives roam. Somebody was asking about the mural. Did you do that mural behind you?
Yes. Yeah, we did this mural like
Yeah, Sarah was asking.
6 years ago. We took like 4 months doing it in between projects, but yeah.
It's sharp.
Yeah,
very
cool.
Sharp. So somebody was wondering, it looks like you built fractional sets. So you didn't build like an entire house, you had just like the room and things like that. Very much like sitcoms and very practical sets. Was there a reason why you did that instead of building the whole house and environment out?
Yes. Well, the reason was that before in other productions, we had all the animators here in the studio, but here for this production, the pandemic comes along, and everybody has to go to their houses. And so this meant that we had to create the files for all the animators, and these files would have to be very simple and synthetic, so that everybody like could work from home with sometimes laptops and not high performance computers or anything. So this is what we found was very, very necessary to create this simple layouts that would allow animators to have like a good flow in their animation process. If we would have handed out to them a big layout with a lot of polygons and textures, well, there could have been that problem of having like not a good workflow. But we just managed to have the files in a very synthetic way, and Cinema just worked beautifully with all the animators. We had no trouble.
Did you have to go back and forth a lot, or were you sending a scene, it was pretty much wrapped, and then like back to you, or were you going back and forth continuously with that scene, versioning all the time?
No, what we did was amazing, because for example, on Friday, we just built everything, and on Monday, we handed out to all the animators their scenes. Then on Wednesday, we would see the blocking paths of each animation. We would have like a play blast of each animator. We would see it together, and then we would just make changes and adjustments and whatever. And then on Friday, we would have like a polishing pass of all the animators and just tighten some screws. And by Friday evening, we would have like a complete sequence ready to go.
Oh, wow. So they were pretty much just in their scene the whole time. They didn't have to send it back and forth. It was just, you had your one major review round, and I guess that you have a team you can trust then.
Yeah, no, the team was amazing, and that's the other thing, that what rigging and cinema allows you to do is just to understand your process that much. And what we have done here in the studio through maybe 7 years is that we have become a very good team. All the guys that are part of the studio, they came here as interns, finishing animation school. And thanks to them, really, we have studied like ways of making the rig better and better and better each year. And that's what we have right now. And that's the reason why all of them really understand how the rig is made. And if there's a problem, any of them can know, okay, this must be a problem in this joint, or, you know. And of course, the work of the riggers was amazing, because if some of the animators ran into a problem with certain character in their animation, they would very quickly say, please help with this rig, and the riggers would just go fix and upload, and the animator could download. And we were using XREFs, so they would only have to reload, and if they ran into any problem with the rig, the rigger could fix it in no time whatsoever. So yeah, I mean, trusting the team was the most important part of this project.
It's awesome. Yeah, I know there's a more question later on in XREF, so I'll save that, but we'll put an earmark and come back to that. Somebody was wondering, any tips when it comes to textures or materials? I guess just any general tips on texturing and materials?
Yeah, well, my tip would be you have to be very, very organized. Especially here in the studio, we don't have like a pipeline for rendering in-house. We have to render in the farm. So your materials have, in one scene, you can have hundreds of materials and textures. So you really have to be very, very disciplined in naming everything like perfectly. Because if you don't, rendering can be a nightmare. But if you do, rendering can be something fast, efficient, quick. And that for us, I mean, it's just lovely that you don't have to worry about the rendering part. You just send it, and 5 minutes later you have it ready, and you put it inside of After Effects, and that's it. So
really
yeah, just
nice.
keep everything very as tight as you can.
So are you using in that workflow? Are you using both the layer system, the take system? Are you what are you using all of that to arrange your scene? Are you using layers? Are you using takes?
I'm using the layer manager, but I am not a lot. The layer manager is just a blessing for organizing things. But I haven't used the take system. I just prefer to have like my camera and one camera for each file, and give the file out to the animators, and that's it. It just keeps it like more organized in my head. So that's the reason why I haven't gone to the take system.
So you're not using multiple cameras. So in your workflow, it's this camera shot. So it's like each shot and each camera angle is its own shot that you hand off.
Yeah, exactly. This keeps things like more simple, because I feel that I can get lost in what camera should render this. I prefer just to have one camera for each file, give the file away, animate it, bring it back, and render it.
Very cool.
I think it keeps things more simple.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, you work with whatever works for you, and it seems like it's working. So just wondering. So somebody was wondering, this is Sarah again, is when will we be able to watch the finished piece? Is that something that is going to be available, or is it still being shopped? Where are you at in the process?
Well, my friends from Sugar 2020, Roy Acavia and Roberto Mitrotti, they are right now moving all the meetings and getting in touch with the networks and the streaming services, trying to sell the series. And so right now I cannot show it to you, but yeah, we're keeping our fingers crossed so that pretty soon we can see it in some of the streaming services or a network. But in the meantime, just please cross your fingers for us.
Yeah, well, let us know if we can put pressure on anybody, because I feel we have a large community here that would want to see it, that would be rooting for it. So anything we can do to support the show, you just let us know, brother.
Yeah, that's one of the main reasons that we wanted to come in the show, and that I really thank you, Matthias, and all of you in Maxon to letting me be here. Is because, of course, if the show gets picked up, we would have to scale the team like a lot. So it was very important for us to reach out to the Cinema 4D community. We know that we can be, well, now thanks to the pandemic, we had to learn how to work with people from all around the world. So now that we have that pipeline, we know that we can work with anyone, anywhere. So our objective was also to reach out to you guys and yeah, to expand the team.
Awesome. Well, you guys hear that online, so be ready. Make sure you've studied these techniques. Pay attention. Don't just be on there with multiple tabs, listening to music. Pay attention when you're getting this gold, because there's opportunities. So, yeah, let's keep this going and definitely get those opportunities to the forefront. So all of you character animators, keep up with Emiliano's workflow here. Somebody wanted to know, how do you compare the animation capabilities of C4D with Maya, advantages, disadvantages? So have you worked with, other 3D programs? What was your experience? And then, coming over for cinema for production.
Yeah, so my experience with Maya was like perhaps 2 weeks. Back in maybe 2005, I came back from film school. And I didn't know and didn't like anything about computers. But I suddenly was in love with animation, and especially 3D animation. So I wanted to learn how it worked. And I stumbled into Maya, and I switched immediately to Cinema 4D because it was just a language that I could understand.
You lasted about 12 days longer than me. I think I was like a day and a half, and I was like, I can't do it. But good on you for 2 weeks. Good job.
For 2 weeks, I was trying to understand it, but I couldn't. So yeah, I've been using Cinema 4D for 15 years. At the beginning of my career, I used it a lot for motion graphics. But then when I found animation, I just fell in love with it, and I haven't looked back.
Very cool. Speaking of which, because I always try and get some feedback to our product management and the team here as we're always developing more and trying to hear what people need. Is there anything that you'd want to see added or changed or improved upon in cinema, specific to your workflow? Is there anything that you need more of, or anything in that world? If I could call Rick now and say, Rick, make this, what would I be telling Rick to do, and get the team on?
A lot of things. If you had asked me this question back last year in SIGGRAPH, I would have had a long list, but amazingly, all the things in that list have been covered now. So
like UV tools and things like that.
Yeah, especially a lot of things about rigging that we here in the team said, it would be amazing if we had the chance of creating these colors, or if we could filter out nulls in a viewport, but not in the other viewport, and things that we found out thanks to my of being in SIGGRAPH and talking to you guys. I was able to figuring out this whole list that I had. That things that we wanted here in the studio for cinema to have. But the one thing, of course, that we are really hungry to use here in the studio is Redshift, and but we can't because of this issue with Macintosh. So that's something that, of course, I would have to say is in my Christmas list. And the other thing that animators usually ask me if cinema has is a system of animation layers. So I know that there's a system of animation layers in cinema, but I think that there's another system. It doesn't work as it does in Maya. So some of the animators that come from Maya have asked me for this feature in Cinema 4D.
Animation layers.
Animation layers, yeah.
And Redshift on Mac. Those are the big, getting that to where it is on PC, and then. So yeah, I think. Well, I'm sure they're working on many things, but we can always, pass that along to say, hey, this is what our animators are liking, and it's good to hear that from last year at SIGGRAPH. I mean, just within a year's time, that a number of tools helped you out in the pipeline. I'd love to know that, the ear in production management and the whole team is like working together to make things better and better for the whole community. So that's always good to hear coming firsthand from an artist that's full in the pipeline. So that's really good.
Definitely. Yeah, no, when I was in SIGGRAPH with you guys, I got the chance to talk to Chris Schmidt and, a lot of people from Maxon. And thanks to this very cool community that you guys have created. A lot of things like were improved here in the studio's pipeline. Yeah, I don't know if you remember, but back in SIGGRAPH, I presented the rig of a project called Sally, and the rig that I showed there was like 10 times not as we have right now. So just being in touch with the community really like allowed us to develop some things like way better.
That's awesome. Yeah, well, thank you, dev team, for listening and working on those different things. Somebody was wondering, and let's keep the ball rolling because there's a couple more questions here, and that is about XREF. You want to talk a little bit about that XREF workflow, because you mentioned it earlier before. So how were you using XREFs in the project?
Yeah, the XREFs were lifesavers, because what we do is we just, in a file that is handed to an animator, we have the set, we have the characters, and we have the props. And all of these are separate and individual files. But if an animator runs into a problem with this file, instead of him having to fix it because he has to focus on animation, he just sent out, this red flag that there's an issue with this prop or with this character. And then the riggers would work on the issue. They would upload the new file with this issue solved. The animator can download that new file and reload it thanks to this XREF object. And this is the way that we were allowed to always fine-tune our rigs with the animation process going. And this is the way that just XREFs work, and it was really useful for us.
Very cool. Let's see here. Somebody is wondering, have you done or planning to make sick rigging tutorials or a class or anything like that?
Yes. Yeah, I will definitely go and do tutorials on this. I'm very eager to share more into detail the things that I have learned in these years in cinema. So definitely, I'm in touch with right now with the guys of Mograph.com, and we will be developing a series of tutorials very soon, especially regarding rigging. So yeah, keep an eye out for that.
Well, I'm sure they'll be on standby. That's something I know a lot of people want to get into. We've covered the Mixamo workflow and a lot of other things on this show, but I see how much the audience is really reacting and the community is reacting. It's like, okay, to be able to have that customization and to be able to build things out the way that you've done it has really been inspiring. So happy that you're sharing more, brother. Somebody was wondering, did the single null hand rig come about during the production, or is that kind of a standard approach to the problem?
No, the single node controller for the fingers was an idea of one of the animators. He's a very, he always was like challenging me to do better with the rig. I was like, no, this rig is perfect. We don't have to do anything else. And he was like, no, it can be better.
Do better.
So yeah. So he really pushed me, and once he came to the studio and he told me, okay, so I saw this tutorial where someone just grabs and plays around with this controller. How can we do this in Cinema 4D? And we figured it out. It wasn't that complicated. It was just putting the nulls. But this didn't happen in the production. This happened like some weeks before I went to SIGGRAPH. So
okay.
Yeah. I went to SIGGRAPH, then I spoke to some of you guys, and I figured out how to make this work in cinema. So I came back to Mexico and I called him and I said, okay, get to the studio, we're going to do this.
let's build this hand rig, ready to go.
Yeah, and yeah. It's beautiful. This rig is amazing. It allows you to do hand poses just so easy.
Yeah, no, it looks so effortless compared to what
And I
you
have to
normally
mention the new Toon rig that Cinema 4D has all of this. So it's very cool that a lot of things that we were like figuring out how to do, Cinema was doing it in the Toon rig. So the Toon rig has all of this.
So if you guys haven't checked that out, definitely check that out. And there's tutorials on Cineversity as well to check out the new Toon rigs and all the different features over the last couple versions. So definitely check that out. Let's see here. Got more questions here. Let's see. Oh, here we go. Speaking of single node rigs, does it work on 3 axes? What degree of motion does it control? So have you worked with it on triplanar or just all 3 axes, or just two axes?
I'm not sure if I understand the question, but what the controller does is that you move one axis, for example, the rotation in the heading rotation of this controller, and this will connect to perhaps the heading rotation of each null in each finger. But then what you do is that you can also connect the banking rotation of the controller to the banking rotation of each null. And when you combine these rotations, it's what combines the behavior of the rotations in the fingers. So it does like translate into the 3 axes of each null. Especially, well, we're talking about rotation specifically.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, I guess the whole thing is you could link it. I know they're just looking at the 2 axes there. You could also just link, to position. You can link it to anything. That's the thing, is you can link more if you wanted it, but that's just that's up to you. That's up to you as an individual artist. How you can link.
As you saw in the presentation, I think the rig itself, it's very simple. Once you understand how IK tags work and PSR constraints work, the rig is very, very simple. But when you have to become very creative as a rigger, it's in the expressos, because the expressos allow you to get away with anything. You can connect anything. As you saw in this rig of the hand, or in the rig of the squash and stretch, that you can play around with division nodes, and this will scale the joint. And so I would say that if you understand and study how the espresso works, this is the part where you as a rigger can really become an engineer.
It's awesome.
Really, yeah.
That's awesome. Well, let's take a look. There's one last question that might be easy enough to show if you wanted to share, but somebody was wondering about if you can render movies within Cinema 4D as a texture.
Yes. You in the material that you create in Cinema 4D, in any channel, you have a texture parameter, and there, if you click on the delta on the menu, the first thing that you see is load image. And just as you load a PNG or a JPEG, you can load a .mov or a sequence of frames.
Yeah. All you have to do is hit animate after that. So you just go to the animation tab and hit animate, or select the frame range too. So there's a lot of customization in there, and that's something you can also look up on Cineversity. But yeah, you can definitely load that up. Emiliano, brother, go ahead.
Yeah, what the last thing about that is that we, like when I first started using Cinema, I used to do this kind of things. I used to load movies into materials, but then I found the hard way that this would take like a lot of render time in my computer. So then when I realized that there was like this amazing relationship between Cinema 4D and After Effects, I just did it that way, and I haven't looked back.
That's awesome. Yeah, and there's more on that too if you're looking at the exchange, and Cineware also makes it really easy to bring over if you're looking at retexturing objects or bringing objects over like screens or anything like that. It's definitely a really easy workflow. Emiliano, brother, thank you so much for taking the time. Thank you for all that you share with the community. We'll definitely look back to have you next year, and keep us up to date. Please, share with me as the project moves along. And if you're needing more help, I'll definitely, spread the word to the team, and we'll get it out there to the rest of the community so you can find the right people for it. So thanks again, brother.
Thank you very much, Matthias. Thank you for having me. Have a merry, happy holidays and happy New Year.
Awesome. And we will see you guys right after the break here with our very next presenter. So stay tuned, and we will see you after the word from our sponsors.
Shake it up, be cool, work it out, do you. Show me just what you got. Shake it up, be cool, work it out, do you. Shake it up, be cool, work it out, do you.
Creativity lies in all of us. It's what makes us human. It starts with an idea, the desire to create, to solve, to play, to share, to interact. Together we can build new worlds. The freedom to create for all.
Toolfarm makes waves with amazing deals and fast and knowledgeable customer service.
Swim on in for incredible deals on software and plugins at Toolfarm.
Looking to get into sculpting in Cinema 4D? Our new 3-part tutorial series will give you everything you need to know to kickstart your journey into sculpting in Cinema 4D. In part 1, we go over all the tools and settings. In part 2, we'll jump in and we'll sculpt this little Homer head. We'll show you when you would want to use each tool, as well as how to transfer a high-res sculpt into a low-res mesh using vector displacement in Cinema 4D. In our third video, we'll jump into retopology and show you workflows for retopologizing a mesh. Make sure to check it out on Mograph.com.
Welcome back to the show, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Matthias Omatola, aka Major VFX, here in the studio at Maxon in Los Angeles, California. And we are at our last show of the year, and it's been an amazing year with talent from all over the world chiming in, sharing techniques and processes with you, our creative community around the world. Now, for those of you who are tuning in who have not signed up, please make sure to go to 3dmotionshow.com and right under the video player, click the sign up link, and that will give you the latest news and updates from us at Maxon, the Maxon family here. And you definitely want to do that because we're going to have a full new lineup of shows for you in 2021 because of this successful run and the feedback from you guys. And I'll look at actually getting your direct feedback here and sending out a link so you can give some feedback more of what you want to see in the show, things that you want to see less of, you know, what t-shirt I should wear. I don't know, whatever it is. Whatever it is, we're going to be able to, you know, make those adjustments so next year's show is even better than it is this year. But coming in from across the pond, we have some more amazing production techniques so you can see how cinema is used not only in the world of animation, but in the world of visual effects and film. So we're going to jump to our next presenter, Peter.
Hello, my name is Peter Essenyi. I'm a visual effects supervisor and creative director living and working in London. Thank you very much for inviting me today. I'm going to talk about how I use Cinema 4D, how I approach certain things, and how I try to sort some problems out with the help of Cinema 4D. And I'm going to do that through 2 projects. The first one is the Dark Crystal series prologue that I did last year for Netflix. And the second one is a self-initiated project that I did through the first couple of weeks of the lockdown here in London. Before we dive into the details, before we go into the world of keyframes and volumes and settings and whatnot, I would recommend taking a look at my show reel. Hopefully that gives you a bit more context about the work I usually do and gives you an idea about how I approach certain issues and how I tackle certain problems. So as I mentioned, Cinema 4D is pretty much the tool that we use all the time on smaller and larger projects as well. And one of the more design-oriented projects that I was involved with was Blade Runner 2049. I'm very quickly just going to show you something that sort of like is similar to how that project was made, just to give you an example of how simple things could be used to create quite a lot of complexity. Now, one of the tasks there was to create some sort of a scanner, an optical scanner that scans an object and does all sorts of things. So the idea that I had was to have this optical device that's similar to those rotating lenses that you have in front of your eyes when you go to the doctor to check your eyesight. And I wanted to create a combination of these lenses, and the way they shift and move would create some sort of interesting interaction with the object that's being scanned. And before that, we usually do the same steps, come up with an idea, do some sketches on paper, and then as soon as it's possible, we dive into Cinema 4D and see where we are. So what you have here is essentially a very, very, very simple setup. It has a basic polygonal object that's sort of like a subdivided mesh that I modeled, and then I used a Cinema 4D primitive, which is the where it's at. It's the oil tank primitive, and I made it editable and then rescaled it because it has that built-in kind of like curvature that I immediately wanted to use because I did not want to spend too much time on modeling something bespoke. So that's a very important thing, to use as much from your library or pre-made assets as you can, especially in the early stages of the project, to get the ideas out very quickly. So then I created a set of materials that are essentially playing with refractions, so all sorts of glass materials with different types of different IORs essentially, and the idea was that the interaction of these is going to create some sort of cool stuff. Then I had this subject, which in this case is an image of a jellyfish, and I made this material kind of like translucent, so I wanted to put some lights behind it so it shines through, and then I set up very quick animation of these optical kind of like arrays, if you will, that move in front of a camera that's just set up like this. Maybe we can get a little bit closer. Let's see, like this. So let's do a quick test render, how it looks. And essentially, it shows nothing. And the reason for that is no redshift lights are set up. So what I did is I chucked an area light underneath. Oops, which is this one. And I play with this size, essentially. Maybe we can move it out a little bit further, just to have a bit more spread. You can play with the intensity, you can play with sort of like color and all sorts of things like that. And then I created an array with a cloner of similar area lights that go around the edges and illuminate that a little bit. So you can see that they are positioned around the edges of that optical disc. There we can position it a little bit better, and then I throw in kind of like an environment, a redshift environment, to create some sort of sense of volume, volumetric light. That's absolutely not necessary. It's just sort of like up to you whether you want to render something on top of this. The original project was rendered with the standard renderer, so that was a slightly different setup, but you get the idea. I usually render these as a separate kind of like AOV to be used in comp further down the line, but we probably don't need it now at all. So this is the basic setup, and you know, when this lens animates, including sort of like rendering motion blur and that kind of stuff, that creates all sorts of cool stuff around the edges, and then you can play with the sort of like the light colors to create quick variations if you want, or you know, change the kind of like strength of the light. Let's go back to a more minimal and do a complementary color for the center one. Make it quite strong, and then you have a very different look immediately. And then you layer these up with different refractions, and then you have kind of like this complex object that's somewhat physical, and when the lenses move around, it creates these kind of lovely distortions around the edges and all sorts of things like that. So I don't want to spend too much time on it because that's an old project. I just wanted to show you that something that's fairly simple and straightforward could be utilized to create a very complex thing. So that's how I would approach something like this, and again, you can see if you are seeing it from a slightly different angle, it can also create some super interesting things. So another little thing that I wanted to mention within the context of a larger project is Cinema 4D is really, really good when it comes to being able to create these kind of little helpers or helper tools, and you can do it in Python or, you know, Espresso, but essentially I think it's really important that you start kind of like creating these little shortcuts for yourself, because you know, you can reuse them on other projects as well. And one of those repetitive tasks that you need to do on certain projects is creating kind of like these turntable renders when you model an asset and texture it or animate it, but you need to send over to the client this kind of little turntable. And I made this little, I would say, asset that helps with that. And what it creates is it creates a slate on frame 1000, and then it creates the burn-ins, and it gives you control about the environment that the asset is in. So you are able to create these quick renders without going into comp, and it sort of like speeds up the process somewhat. So the way it works is you have this kind of little null where you can put in all the interesting information about your studio, or name of your facility, name your project, MAXON project. The asset that we are talking about, let's call this statue in this case. And then you pick a task, which is whether, it could be look dev, it could be design, it could be a test. Let's call this a test for now. You put in the version. It's obviously not as complicated as some of the kind of like version control systems out there, like Shotgun and F-Track, but it's enough for the purposes of this project. And put in a date. You can choose a few options from what color you want to use for the slate and whatnot. And then you put your asset, which is this lovely 3D scan of Napoleon in this case, under a null, and that null rotates, and then it has a couple of frames when the environment rotates around it, so it shows every aspect of the model, and the way it looks is something like this. So you have these the chrome spheres, the grayscale spheres, the Macbeth chart, all the burn-in information, which is quite important, and then you essentially just render this and you are able to send it to the client for approval. And you can control the environment. So this is this sort of like studio lighting setup. You can have a sunny setup if you prefer that, or if you want to see your asset in that context. Or, you can pick an overcast sky, or potentially a night-like scenario. And you can tweak certain aspects of these. You can load in new HDRs if you prefer that, and you can control the amount of bounce light if you want to, or sort of like multiply the intensity of the kind of like the global illumination, and change the background color if you want to. Want the asset to stick out a little bit more. So yeah, there's a few parameters that you can tweak, and this is nothing super complex again, but again it kind of shows that it's super important that you can create these little things that make your life easier, and Cinema 4D is really good in that aspect as well. So moving on to the Dark Crystal project, I'm going to show you a few things that were really kind of like useful to know when doing that project. And before we get into the details, I just wanted to give you a generic overview of how that project went. And it's a fantasy kind of like film, so the first part of the task was to create all sorts of assets, mostly this map and all sorts of layouts and style frames, how the characters could line up, and what sort of colors we should use, what sort of materials we should use. So we utilized Redshift to the maximum on that kind of stuff, because we used very basic objects. We just peppered them around the landscape and played with lighting and camera angles and that kind of stuff. So when we got to the final production, we created roughly about 15 shots, 12 shots maybe, and the most complex was this kind of the very last, or the one before the last shot of the show, which was a very long one. It was about 600 frames, so super complex camera move. The camera flies through this landscape, approaches the Skeksis, sort of like pans around them. They reveal Ogra standing there, and then we approach this lovely, beautiful orrery that does a certain move in a certain time, and that needed to line up with a live action shot. So what I did on this shot was, first of all, we got this beautiful model of the orrery from DNAG. And because it was so complex, we essentially used the baked-in animation and Alembic cache, essentially. And what's super important about it is because the camera hits a certain point at a certain time, and this kind of arm needs to swing in front of the camera. It was extremely useful that we could use the Alembic retime tool, essentially, in Cinema 4D that gave us an opportunity to play with these kind of offsets. So we could kind of like fine-tune the position of the orrery's arm to match the exact frame where the director wanted that to happen. And as I said, this is, you can probably see this asset is super complex. It has thousands of little parts, all of them are animated, which was again done by DNEG, but without converting it into an Alembic and being able to use it in cinema sort of like real time, that would not have been possible because it was so heavy and so complex. So saving stuff into Alembic caches is super handy and really important, and I think it's one of the things that everyone sort of just kind of like uses without taking another look. But I remember the times before the Alembic caching wasn't as easy as now, so basically just a one-click solution, and then you can export your Mograph animations and caches and then bring them back and give them to another vendor to be used. And it was really difficult to do that because some other methods to transfer data between applications is not as easy as Alembic. But you know, it's actually important for me on a project like this to be able to do that, so I'm eternally grateful for that thing. So this super complex shot again was done in a fairly straightforward way. We had a library of rocks, and the rocks were kind of like peppered around the place where they needed to be, and again using very primitive tools to kind of like randomize them to a certain degree. And it's nothing difficult. It's just sort of like making sure that you have a bit of variation, and again going through these kind of options, and even just changing the seed could be actually useful because it creates immediately variations on how setup looks like. So I don't want to sort of like dwell on too much on this shot because there's going to be a few more that we're going to go into details with, but another part of this shot was an extremely complex particle simulation which needed to be done with X particles. And the way it was done is there were these kind of like magical symbols that appeared in the sky, and I tried sort of like emitting particles from splines and positioned them in a certain way, but I found this method was the one that was working really well. So I rendered these animations of these objects or of these shapes in After Effects and brought them in as a texture. And here's a little tip that's you know, not everybody knows, which I'm quite surprised about, but I think it's extremely important to know about it. When you bring in a texture to Cinema 4D, it looks always kind of like blocky and not really good. And the way to deal with that is you go to the editor and go to the texture preview size, and instead of using default, you use whatever you want to do, and then you can see the finer details if you want to see them. So you know, this is probably, I think this is how it comes in, and I think internally it uses the full thing for you know, rendering purposes and that kind of stuff. But in the viewport, if you want to see this, that's the parameter to change. And these days, I think, you know, using 1024 times 1024 is not really a big deal. So those textures were lined up in this kind of neat texture sandwich, and they were used as the basis to emit particles from, and that meant that I had a complete control about how the original or the first shape looks like, and then this was combined with all sorts of particle effects and flow fields and whatnot. And I think I even had this kind of explosion simulation going on that was using, I think probably a spline somewhere in this thing as a base, so it started to emit the smoke from that kind of base, and that smoke it vectored the particles, and I combined that with flow fields and that kind of stuff. And then I think what was really important again, that everything was cached, and being able to render particles, a large amount of particles with redshift in no time is really important, and that makes these kind of projects much more pleasant and manageable, rather than trying to sort of like render them in the traditional ways. I find that particularly useful because with redshift you can dial in sort of like the focus pretty much like live, and you don't necessarily have to tweak that in post, but that's going to be another thing that I'm going to talk about. So this is just a rough overview about how C4D was used in the Dark Crystal. That was essentially the main tool, and we did all sorts of data transfer, bringing in data from Weta or DNEG. That was the main vendor on this project. They gave us these models that we had to kind of like transfer into our little pipeline, and we did that all in Cinema 4D. So in the next kind of like chapter, I'm going to talk about cameras and camera animations in detail, and the reason for that is in this project, with the exception of this lovely orrery, everything else was static, and that meant that the camera is the thing that needed to do the heavy lifting with regards to how the story is told through this prologue. So we're going to get into those details right now. So moving on with the Dark Crystal project, I'm going to talk about some other stuff in detail, and the first thing I'm going to mention is a thing that changed the way I approach animations roughly about 10 years ago, 15 years ago, when I first figured out that this thing is in Cinema 4D. And as I mentioned on this project, the heroes were the cameras. Nothing else, with the exception of the orrery, was animated, so it was superbly important that the camera animations are really, really nice, and the director really wanted to kind of like have his input into how the cameras move, so he was using a lot of film terms to describe these kind of things. He's a filmmaker's filmmaker, so he's not necessarily describing the movements of the cameras as we would do within the context of a 3D app, but he was using a lot of things like, you know, pivot around here and pivot around that point, and the camera dollies here and tracks there and whatnot. So it was really important for us to have exact control over how the cameras behave. So what I'm going to show you is how this thing that I mentioned is helping me. So this is the actual shot that is from that prologue. It has the model in, and it has all the symbols and whatnot. And what we are going to do is we are going to create, let's say, a camera here. That's going to be our starting point. So the brief is to animate a camera move from A to B, and so I create a camera. It creates a 36mm thing straight from the get-go, which I usually change to something like 24 when I start these type of animations. So we have the camera, and let's record a keyframe, frame 1000, and then get to where we want to be at the end of the shot. Let's say it's point B. So let's record a keyframe like this, and now we have this camera animation where we go from A to B. Now there are a couple of things that, you know, happen. For example, we want to fly through this symbol, which happens to a certain degree, but it's just by pure accident, and we really don't want to see the ocean too much. We really want to concentrate on the landscape, so we want this rotation to happen earlier. So we can do it in a couple of ways, but the way I'm going to do it is I'm going to go, let's say, to frame 70. Open up this camera in the timeline and add a keyframe to the heading. So currently it's here, and let's say that we want to face that way. That's 170 degrees, that's 158, so let's make it 100, let's say 65. So we're almost lining up with where that last keyframe is. So change this a little bit, because we don't want to sort of like bounce back and forth. And now we have this camera move. It goes from A to B, spins around, and then moves there, flies through this. I mean, you know, let's change this a little bit to make sure that we hit that point that we want. So let's say we want to be like, it's gonna be alright. Cool. So what happens when this gets approved at one point, but then someone says, hey, you know what, actually I want that rotation to happen much later, but everything else should stay the same. So you can do it a couple of things with it, and obviously this animation that we just created is super simple. But when there are like dozens of keyframes and they very intricately linked together, and you know how it feels when you change something, then the whole thing starts to fall apart. It's not an ideal scenario to be in. So what I do in this case, and in fact most of my camera animations, is create this thing here under the create menu in the timeline, which is called the time track. It's there for a couple of I think, you know, I used it for a long time. It was set up in a slightly different way. Previously you had to set up a null and add a keyframe to it, and then sort of like turn it into a time track. But now it's very easy to add, and what it does, it creates these two keyframes that kind of like the first frame of your animation and the last frame of your animation, and everything that happens there is mapped onto this curve. And as you see here, it's linear. So this is the beginning of your camera animation, and this is the end of your camera animation. Everything that happens in between happens in a linear fashion. So when you're halfway there, that's roughly the halfway point on this curve. So why this is useful is you can add this time track to any of the animated channels here. So let's add it to, you know what, actually add it to the pitch. Let's add a keyframe here where we want to pitch up a little bit. Let's make it 170 and sorry, 1070, and let's say that we want to pitch up to -9 degrees. So this is the shot, right? It gets approved, you spin around and fly towards this, but then someone says, you know what, I actually like how it spins around, but I want the pitch up to happen much later, but I don't want to change anything. So what we're going to do is we're going to add that time track to the pitch, right? You see this little thing here, and we just drag the time track into that, and now the time track controls the animated pitch track. Okay, so everything that happens here from the perspective of the time track could be controlled from here. So on this frame 1070, sorry, if you had a keyframe, we just leave it there, nothing happens, right? It's still the same animation. But if we sort of like move this keyframe around, the pitch up happens much later, but everything else, all the other animated parameters, stay the same. And we did not change anything in the original animation. That's still at 1070, still the same value, but the time track allows us to play with that without destroying the original animation. So, you know, if you want that to happen much earlier, we just bring it on here. Let's say frame 1020. And we want that to happen earlier on. So you see, we are pitching up quite early on, almost right at the beginning of the shot. Obviously this looks horrendous, but you hopefully get the idea, right? And then someone sees that it's horrendous, and you can move it around, so the pitch up happens much later, or you can put it back to where it was, 1070, and it works as a charm. So the value here, percentage, controls how much along the way of that time track is being dialed in here. So if this is 100%, this is 0%, now we are at 9%. But if we put this up, then something that happens much later on this track could be brought forward. It sounds much more difficult or complex than it is, but it's extremely useful. And you know, you can keep it linear if you want to. You can sort of like tweak these curves, manipulate the handles, and you can add as many time tracks to as many channels as you want, and it gives you ultimate control over how the camera works. And sometimes I find it that it's always risky to recreate a camera move if it was once approved or it worked. And with this, I can sort of like maintain as much from the original animation as it's possible, but still dial in all those changes that the client requires. Another really handy camera animation, or in fact any animation could be used for that trick, is using the reduced modification curves. So this is another shot from the Dark Crystal, superbly complex, a lot of tricky camera moves in there, and by tricky I mean certain things needed to be hit at certain times, and it was not a straightforward task to map this out. And when we got to the point of we had an approved camera move, but some parts of it needed to be changed, and it wasn't just the timing or when to dial in certain keyframes. There is this thing that usually helps a bit, which is called the reduced modification curves. Again, it's in the timeline. Go to the F curve menu and then click on reduce modification curve. So what it does, it creates another curve on top of your animation curve. It doesn't destroy it, so it's you can go back to your original keyframes as much as you want. You can choose between a couple of options. You can have a move version where the whole thing is moved, again based on certain parameters, or you can scale it, or you can kind of like create this curve that I sort of like had it set up previously. And what it does is, instead of tweaking your very complex curve, it creates another curve that kind of lays it out what the original curve does, but in a much simpler way. And you can sort of like move certain things around it and move certain aspects of it, and it kind of like shifts around those keyframes in the context of the other keyframes. So it's not just one keyframe or a selection of keyframes that's being moved around, but the entire curve is being influenced by this other curve. It's almost like, an envelope filter. You just have this around your original curve, and you can manipulate it and bring in certain things. And sometimes it's much easier to deal with this kind of bits and bobs rather than modifying the original curve. As you see, this kind of little thing stays here, and if I move the keyframes around, that's going to go away. But that kind of little bump there still remains the same. I just move it around when that happens. So I find this to be extremely useful, and I use this on most of my projects as well when I have a camera animation that I'm happy with. So before we leave the world of the Dark Crystal behind, I wanted to show you one more thing, and that's sort of like based on this shot, which was a very late addition to the tasks that we had to do. It was about making Ogra, who's one of the central characters in this little universe, look younger, and it was determined that the way to make her look younger is to have both of her normal eyes open, because one of them is sort of like sealed shut in the series. And we could have modeled it, we could have spent maybe a day or so to recreate a version of her face with her both eyes properly open, but we didn't have time to do that. So what we did is a very rough and kind of like fudged version, but it kind of works, and I wanted to show this to you because sometimes these kind of solutions work, especially in the context of a shot. It's not something that you would be kind of like happily pass on to someone else, because this is just sort of like almost like a solution with a duct tape. But when you have literally no time to do something like this, again, Cinema 4D excels in giving you an option, and I think that's one of the greatest things about cinema. It's not one way to do things. There's always a couple of versions that you can come up with, and a couple of different approaches, and I really appreciate it, because in this case we just wanted to do it in a very rough and kind of like, well, the easy way, let's say that. So what we did is we copied some polygons from around her eye, roughly this area, and there we go, and then we flipped it, so we had another sort of like eyeball and sort of like eyelids that work in a proper way. And if we kind of like superimpose it over the model, it looks like this. So it kind of does the job. It's not something that I would be super proud to show around as a model, but it does the job. And to make sure that, this could be rendered, but what we did is we chucked this whole thing into a volume builder and created SDF, kind of like a volume from these two mesh inputs, her original version and the flipped eye. And obviously we had to go in and reduce the voxel size quite significantly to make sure that some of the details we can get back. And then we chucked everything into a volume mesher, and that gave us a really dense but kind of like unified model, which lacks most of the details that the original model had, but it kind of does the job. And you can sort of like go higher than that if you want to, and then it's going to bring back some of those lovely details on the hair and in other areas. And what we did is we exported this, and I think that was version 20 that we used on this one. And then in another piece of software, we kind of like retopologized it and reprojected the high res details of the original mesh onto the lower poly version, so we get all the nice little details, but with a proper eye. So this second little project I wanted to say a few words about was done during the first couple of weeks of the pandemic, when we were not allowed to go somewhere else, but we were allowed to take a few walks, and I had this idea about what would the Terminator do, who tries to blend into the society, and obviously the character would observe social distancing as well. And I used that as an excuse for myself to bring out some gear that I can use for this project, like a monopod and a few sort of like attachments and that kind of stuff. And I clamped a few wirephones to it. And usually when I use photogrammetry, which is the technique I used here, I use sort of like the highest quality camera that I can get and take very intentional photographs of the subjects or the scenes. But this time I experimented with using the lowest kind of like quality stuff that I can get my hands on. So I decided to use video because that's blurry, it's not as good quality, and just wanted to see how much I can get away with. And I sort of like imported thousands of frames into the photogrammetry software, and it worked. It sort of like created these huge point clouds of the area where I was walking. And obviously these models are exceptionally bad in terms of what you are looking for with regards to photogrammetry, but I really thought that this is exactly what I'm looking for on this project, because I wanted to see these kind of a Terminator would not really care about details, and would not be upset if certain things are missing. So I exported these point clouds and models from the software, and I also exported the camera, because when you do the reconstruction, it creates a camera per frame, essentially. So you can see it here. And you can export those cameras, and then if you line those up, or if you sort of like play them sequentially, it gives you the exact path that the camera took during this kind of thing. Now, this not exactly lines up with the original footage because the lens distortion is different, but it's a really good sort of like way to extract some interesting camera stuff. So I brought this into Cinema, laid out the things, and I started to play with the kind of like shaders and all sorts of things like that. And another thing, what I do with photogrammetry usually is I bring in the point clouds, and you can straight away use those kind of things into your sort of like FUI projects. It renders extremely fast, and it creates this really interesting kind of look, and depending on the subject, you can create entire scenes with that very easily, and you can manipulate it in a lot of ways. You can sort of like clip it and animate that kind of clipping, and sort of like change the colors based on certain things, sort of like based on the height of the object, and you can obviously animate these kind of things as well. So it's extremely useful, and it's a really good technique to learn. And when you do it properly, you can create photorealistic assets in no time and bring it into C4D or bring it into Unreal or whatever you want to use them. So another little thing that I did is I replaced one of the cars, and the reason for that was that I really wanted to kind of like highlight some edges, animate some edges, and this is something that I usually do on these kind of projects. So I pick a few edges that I think are important, or I like them visually. You could do this in a procedural way, of course. There are ways around it, and I think Cineversity has some cool tools that help you select edges and polygons in an interesting procedural way. And then I create sort of like these splines from these edges, and scroll to first active, which is an incredibly important little kind of like thing that I use all the time. And then this spline could be rendered with Sketch and Tune or Redshift or whatever you want it to render with, maybe hair. You can animate it, you can do all sorts of crazy stuff in it, and then you can use that in your comp as well. And the reason for that is usually these kind of projects I just render as much as I can, all sorts of crazy stuff, and then I deal with that in comp. I make the decisions in comp rather than sort of like wanting to wait for the perfect render. So I render as much as many things as I can. Doesn't really matter whether that's good or unusable. I'll deal with that later. Another little thing from this project is I just wanted to show you how I approach this kind of mocap based animations, which I obviously used on this project. So I created this very basic character in Fuse, which is probably the laziest way of doing that, but that was perfect for my project. Uploaded the character to Mixamo and attached sort of like an interesting walk cycle, downloaded it, and brought it into Cinema. Now, the first thing that I usually do is I create a motion layer, and then I create sort of like a motion source. So immediately kind of like have all the animation in one neat little package. And the reason why I do that is because I just sort of like eyeballed the speed of the guy walking down the street to match the one in the footage, and it's much easier to do this way if I can just sort of like move this around instead of selecting all the keyframes and doing sort of like complex things with them. I find this much easier when I deal with this kind of animation, and you layer up all your sources and then you can sort of like mix and match them and blend between them. I always use that when I deal with that kind of stuff, and then obviously you can line up the next one where this ends and all sorts of crazy stuff. So essentially this is just a very rough and basic overview of the techniques that I used on this project, and then I spent a bit of time in After Effects and had a bit of play with UIs and that kind of stuff, which I don't necessarily have to talk about because there are a lot of interesting talks out there and information out there how to do UI. You can do it in Cinema, you can bring in stuff from Illustrator and animate it in Cinema and all sorts of stuff like that. But essentially, that gives me kind of like a wide array of options that I can play with in Comp and then sort of like achieve what I want to do with that little project. With that being said, this kind of like wraps up my presentation. Thank you very much for listening to me, and thank you very much, Maxon, for inviting me and giving me time to talk about this kind of stuff. Thank you very much once again. Have a lovely Christmas and take care.
Welcome back to the show, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here with Peter from across the pond. Peter, thank you for joining us, brother.
Thank you very much for inviting me. It's lovely to be here.
Yeah, so we got some questions. A lot of people said they're going to need to bookmark this. Some people said thank you for the early Christmas present. They're going to save this presentation and put it under their tree.
Very kind.
So, yeah, there we go. So do you have, see, how are things over there across the pond in the world of production? Have you still been working virtually, or?
I think, to a certain degree, I'm working remotely most of the time, which is great. And shoots sort of like resumed, so people are on set, keeping social distancing and all sorts of measures. So, everybody tries to get by and make the things moving along. So yeah, it's going to be better.
That's good. People are saying the presentation was great. They loved it. So folks are really happy with your share. So thanks again for that. We did have a couple questions coming in, so I can jump in those. And guys, if you guys are on the chat and you still have more questions for Peter, toss them in. I'll do my best to get to them. But we'll start off with this pretty simple one. And somebody was wondering, is that a 2-node camera rig? So is that your standard rig setup, or how are you working with nodes and cameras in your productions?
That's an awesome question, and thank you very much for that. That was not a 2 or 3 node camera setup, but I like to use sometimes those kind of things because you can keep the separate channels, rotations, everything kind of like separately. So I would recommend looking into that. That's a great way to maintain control over the camera.
Yeah, definitely. And if you guys are tuning in, Julia Simone, a couple months back, you can check in our archive. She did a couple different camera setups using multiple nulls. So if you're looking for that happened on the show a couple months ago. If you've tuned in and signed up, you would have watched that show and known it. But yeah, definitely go check that out. Let's see here. Someone said in your show reel, your Nebula, did you rig it in Cinema 4D? How did he set it up? because nebulas aren't clouds, they have different structure. So yeah, somebody was wondering about your nebula setup.
Yeah, deja vu. That particular one was done at Territory for National Geographic, and
okay, you were with Territory on that one.
Yeah, I was there for 7 years. I was the I was there.
Yeah. Yes.
And that particular setup was done in a way that we exported particles from Houdini. We scattered hundreds of millions of particles in Houdini and exported them out as PRTs, which is a file format that's used by Krakatoa. And back in the day, I think that was about probably 5 years ago, Krakatoa was the only way to render that amount of particles within Cinema 4D. All the lighting and all the camera moves and everything like that was done in C4D. So we used Houdini to generate the particles, but Cinema 4D was, as most of the time in my workflow, that's the hub where everything goes into, and that's where usually the rendering, where the rendering is happening, and the scene assembly and the layouts.
Yeah, that seems to be the way that a lot of people are working with that pipeline. If they have the Houdini in the pipeline with Cinema, they're bringing it in. And now with Alembic, it seems like it would be much more easy. Is that what you would use now if you were to be working with Houdini data, or how would you?
That's a very difficult question to answer right now. I would probably try to do it in Cinema for starters, and then depending on what the request is, maybe venture into Houdini and bring back data from there.
Very cool. All right, let's see here. Somebody is wondering, what advice do you have for those who feel intimidated by the prospect of having to experiment or do things that they don't do much to get the result they desire? So yeah, if you're feeling intimidated, any practice tips to help them build when you're approaching some of these larger, complex designs?
I think that's a great question, because that's definitely something that everyone who starts out, especially, kind of like faces in a way. You're going to be judged by a lot of people, especially these days. You put anything on the internet and immediately everyone barges in, likes it or doesn't like it, or it's. My sort of like thing would be to tackle that kind of issue is you should not compare yourself to anyone else, first of all. B, you can't do wrong with this kind of stuff, because I think a lot of what we do as motion artists and visual effects guys and art directors comes from the fact that we do it a lot. So you start to do that, and of course it's not going to look like someone else's work who's been doing it for 20 years, but give yourself a bit of time, give yourself space to fail. I think failure is always a dreaded thing, and we feel that if you do something and it's not perfect, and I can't do my dailies or what people do these days, then I'm going to be judged by other people. I think we should get rid of that. Just do what feels good and makes you happy, and I think progress is going to happen. You just have to keep doing it.
Yeah. I mean, what is it? It's not failure. It's a happy accident. You're just learning along the way, right?
Yeah.
So Bob Ross, take the Bob Ross approach. Happy accidents, they're not failures.
Those were the quiet and nice times.
Someone was wondering, does he previs strictly in Cinema, or does he start with a sketch or something else? So yeah, what is your pipeline like from concept? Are you sketching, roughing things out, or do you just jump in, throw in a camera, and start setting up a stage?
It depends on the project, but I do a lot of sketching, and I sort of like, I brought out one of these sketchbooks that I found somewhere, and there are a lot of things in there that I probably should not
show.
You got a lot of NDA stuff that everybody's hearing the pages turning, so you're teasing us.
It's kind of, you know,
Okay.
I do some sketches for storyboards and that kind of stuff.
Okay.
And if it's like a concept or something, you know, there are some more storyboards.
Oh yeah.
And depending on the project, I like to start on paper. I think, you know, that has that luxury that you can spend a bit of time thinking about the stuff that you do and let your hand kind of like be driven by your thoughts and emotions. And then there are other times when this would be a luxury. So it's straight into cinema, set up a camera, chuck in a cube and start thinking about what to do. Add a displacement deformer, that's always good.
When in doubt, just throw that in there. All right. Someone was wondering, what software did you use to track the model and live footage? So did you just use the built-in camera tracking in Cinema, or did you take it?
No, I usually use that. I mean, like, the issue with that tracker used to be that the lens distortion workflow wasn't that easy. And when you work in visual effects, it's always the lens distortion. You undistort before and just render sort of like undistorted stuff from CG and then comp it back. But I think, you know, it came such a long way, and it's such a nice and pleasant thing that it's in there, and you know, you don't have to leave Cinema 4D, go somewhere else, do that, export it, bring it back. It just does the job, and I use that quite often, especially on layouts and concepts and that kind of stuff.
Yeah, definitely. And if you guys are looking for that, we definitely have tutorials on Cineversity showcasing the camera tracker. So dive into that. We've had presentations over the years on that, showing the progression too. So some of those new features, so you can really see that, like point cloud data and all that. It's really quite nice, especially for any HUD or UI stuff. It really makes a huge difference. Somebody was wondering, do you comp mainly in After Effects? What's your comp process like?
It depends on the project. Again, the go-to to sort of like quickly sketch something out is After Effects. And even when I'm doing stills, I'm usually doing that in After Effects instead of Photoshop, because I just think that kind of layered approach works for me. But on some projects, some bigger projects, you have to use Nuke, or you know, you have to sort of like maintain a dual kind of like comp pipeline. And if you do sort of like harden FUI stuff, you do it in After Effects, animate things in there, and then render it out as a plate and bring it into Nuke and sort of like comp it with the live action plate.
So sometimes you're using them in tandem in the workflow.
Yeah.
Okay. Very cool. Looks like we have a Black Mirror fan here. Somebody's saying they see that you worked on the Striking Vipers episode. Are you a fan of the show, and what's your favorite episode?
I would, you know, that's gonna be controversial. I kind of like the one. The one with the pig.
The first one, first episode. Yeah,
I think that's a little bit too.
It hooks you in. It does hook you in. That's for sure.
It's a little bit too close to the bone with sort of like what's going on in some parts of the world, but. I love the series, and you know, this whole idea that the entire thing is about phones and you know that kind of technology and where it can leave us. And I don't know, I just saw it recently that they're going to do some sort of end of the year special, the Black Mirror people.
Oh really? Okay, I didn't see that.
Saw it coming across on the internet, and they said that, you know, even they could not get worse than 2020.
It's called 2020 special.
But they tried.
It's just a year recap of this year. Is that all?
Yeah, I think it's lovely, and you know, I like the stories, and these kind of stories I think really help you sort of like get yourself out from the everyday grind and just be somewhere else for 45 minutes.
Yeah, a whole nother world that. Oh, they used to be worse than ours, but now it's questionable. Let's see. Someone's wondering, when working in a large production pipeline, do you usually render as OpenEXR for color consistency, or is there a particular compression type you use?
I think OpenEXRs are pretty much the standard these days. So I think, with the exception of the file size, they are incredibly good. And with regards to compression, every show that I worked on kind of like defines their own requirements, but usually one scan line at a time, zip compressed, and 16-bit, with the exception of Z-depth AOVs. Those are always 32 because you need to.
Okay.
You need
so
to.
you were using some 16, and then.
Yeah, I think some things are good as 16, and final deliveries are quite often. If it's not a HD show, then they are quite often 16-bit XRs. It used to be 10, so you know those good old days. So this is still much better. But
and it used to be HD, and now everybody wants 4K. So
it used to be 720, 525, 76.
The good old days, where now you can render that at real time.
You can render that on your phone. But I remember when HD came along and everyone was sort of like, you know, it's going to sound way too nostalgic, but everyone was like, oh yeah, you know, HD, that's, how much is that? That's 1920, 1080. It's not going to work.
Never need more. Too big.
We're not going to be able to do that. There's no such capacity anywhere in the world to render that. But yeah, we came a long way.
But here we are. All right, so someone's wondering, did he use different software to map out the terrain of the live footage, or was that just all Cinema and After Effects, or mapping out the terrain? How was that?
Is that the Dark Crystal project or the last one?
I think it's probably the last. I think it's the last test you did. I'm pretty sure of that.
I used the photogrammetry software to actually sort of like create the point clouds and the rough meshes, and then as soon as that was done, I brought everything into Cinema and then did all the fun stuff in there.
What photogrammetry?
I use capturing reality or reality capture. Sometimes, you know, they just use it both ways. So that's that. I think it's called capturing reality.
Very cool. Yeah, let's see. Another question is, any advice for getting into the world of VFX? So if somebody was just starting off, where would you guide them?
I think one of the most important things to figure out is whether you want to be a generalist or a specialist. And if you want to be a specialist, if you want to do effects and particles, then you have to concentrate on that area. If you want to be an animator, you have to do that. Or if you want to be sort of like a light and render artist or a look dev artist, you have to specialize in that kind of thing. Or you can be a generalist and learn a little bit about everything and then see where you can fit in. I would, you know, there are so much breakdowns out there and so much behind the scenes things are out there, and just take a look, and there's this really nice blog / website called Befores and Afters.
Befores and Afters.
Yeah, it's run by a guy called Ian Fales, who's sort of like a VFX journalist. And there's incredibly detailed kind of like behind the scenes looks on projects, and people who took part in the project explain their processes and that kind of stuff. I would recommend that.
Cool. I tossed that in the chat for those of you who are you know, watching online. So just open that up in another tab. Don't leave this one. Just open up another one. Come on, you got enough RAM. So let's see here. That's in there for you guys. And I think we have another question. Capturing reality, for the person who was asking about photogrammetry. Are there others, other pieces of photogrammetry software that you like?
it depends on, like, you know, there are free solutions out there, and someone doesn't have the budget to buy a software because these could be really expensive. There are free solutions and open source solutions out there which do the job equally well. Maybe it takes a little bit longer, but they do the job. There is, you know, the Edgisoft one.
Yeah. Okay.
What's the name of that? It used to be called PhotoScan Pro or PhotoScan. Now it's called something else. But there are a lot of options, and even you can, you know, give it a go in Cinema 4D. Use the motion tracker and create point cloud and match them. You can create a very rough mesh that you can sort of like you can use to figure out where the sort of like interesting areas in your tracked scene are. So it depends on what you want to use it for. If you want to create super detailed, lovely models, you need to invest time and resources into that. But if you just want to use something to create rough models, there are a lot of options out there.
Yeah, I mean, the in-camera motion tracker is great, especially if you're looking for like point clouds for UI stuff, especially. So I think Donovan Keith, he actually showcased some of that when we first came out with it. So that's on Cineversity. So definitely take a look at that. And Rick might have some things too. But check it out on Cineversity, or my team, if you guys are tuning in and you have some tutorials on the motion tracker, camera tracker. Yeah, if you want to just toss those to me or toss those in the chat, I'm sure they will appreciate it. Last question for you here that I have from our creative family around the world is renderer. Do you have a renderer that you're consistently using, or what renderers do you use?
I think it's Redshift in the last couple of years most consistently. Sometimes I use the built-in kind of like advanced renderer. That's what
physical renderer.
Not physical one. The most basic one.
Oh, classic standard renderer. Yeah.
I think, you know, that does certain things still really, really well. And when you render sketch in Toon, that's you know, you use that as well. And sometimes Arnold, but mostly Redshift. I think the GPU rendering, once you get kind of like used to it, it's really, really hard to leave behind.
Yeah. Well, I thought that was the last question, but then they started to get really excited and ask more questions. So somebody was wondering if you used Mixamo for the walk cycle. Did you use a?
Yes, there was a Mixamo walk cycle, and
it matched up really well. You did good. You got the timing really good on that one.
I think, you know, that's why I do that kind of little thing that I showed in the presentation, that as soon as I bring in the animation and the character, I turn it into a motion clip, because matching timings with motion clips is much easier than trying to move keyframes around. And, you know, I can just loop it 15 times and just let it do what it does, and I don't have to worry about it. So yeah. Sometimes Mixamo is a great tool to do stuff. Sometimes you need to do bespoke stuff, of course, but
yeah,
it's great.
Very cool. And last, this is more just on the creative front in your path as a creative. Did you study traditional filmmaking and cinematography before moving into VFX, or was it like VFX from the start? That was your direction.
I think when I started out, there was no such thing as motion graphics. Certainly did not. It was not taught at universities and that kind of level. I studied filmmaking and television production, and I sort of like ended up doing what I'm doing now.
As a lot of people, it's like you funnel your way. It's like you start somewhere else, and then somehow you find your way to motion graphics, or it finds you. Somehow the paths cross.
I think you know, the thing is the whole education of this genre, the whole VFX and motion graphics education is a really interesting and challenging concept, because the technology changes so fast that by the time you get to the end of your sort of like curriculum, everything else is out, and everything else is different. So I think it's really important to do that, but definitely you have to keep an open eye on what's happening and talk to your peers and go on forums and ask questions and that kind of stuff. I would definitely.
Yeah. And tune into the 3D Motion Show and learn from your peers and others in the industry firsthand. Ask questions. Wow, there's still more coming in. They really like you. They really like you. So any quick recommendations to become better acquainted with particles?
I think X-Particles has an extensive kind of like tutorial library, and I think, and I'm going to say this is one of the least kind of like applauded aspects of Cinema 4D and X-Particles as well, that the help system is so good and so kind of like, it's at your disposal, and you can figure out everything from the help manual. And I remember when it used to be like a very thick book. It was about this thick, and I just read it through, and I wish that I had it with me all the time when I ran into some issues. But now the help system is just great, and same with X-Particles documentations and that kind of stuff. And there are tons of talented guys doing this kind of thing out there, and I'm pretty sure that everyone finds what they're interested in and finds a guy who knows it much better than anyone else, and they're happy to share that kind of knowledge.
Yeah, there's tons of specialists out there, and I mean, there's a lot of different ways you can construct particles too. So there is, the full 3D, particle in the system, and then I got my start with particular and using the 3D particular, and particulars come a long way too with dynamics and other fluid simulations and things like that. So the thing is, just start trying. You gotta pick it up, and then you can get better at it once you actually know the basics. But yeah, and for those of you who don't know, in cinema, it's right-click show help on just about anything that you're looking for. You could just right-click on that menu or that option and just go down in the menu, the contextual menu that shows up, and go to show help, and it'll pull it right up for you. It's the best help system. I mean, I just wish that became the standard. If we could just patent that and just sell that to everybody, but you could just that should be the thing. But
I was absolutely serious about that. It wasn't sort of like this is a great part of Cinema 4D. I think it saved my life a lot of times throughout the years.
Yeah, no, it's no joke. It's like the help system. Once I got into it, it was like, wow. This was just such intelligent design behind the help system. So kudos to the development team on that. The last question, and this will be the last one, and that is, what roles did you have in the television studio industry? So what roles did you have before getting into VFX?
I studied that at university, so I did not have any particular role per se, because I started out from that. I went into the advertising world and started to do sort of like desktop publishing and interning and junior art director and whatnot, all sorts of stuff. I think you work your way up, and then. So
you went from there into traditional advertising.
Yeah, and it's always funny to go back onto sets these days when that happens, and see how much the actual sort of like production itself, whether that's a film or a television production, evolved through the years compared to how it was like, I don't know, 20 some years ago.
Yeah,
progress.
Very cool. Yeah, lots of progress. Well, Peter, thank you so much for joining us and sharing all of your wealth of knowledge and years of experience with the community. You definitely check out his latest on his Instagram or everywhere else that he shared for you guys to follow. I was just looking at that at the break. So really cool stuff, your little Unreal virtual production, very cool. So we'll definitely be back, and would love to have you on the show sometime next year or in the near future. So thanks again, and we will see you guys right after the break with our next artist, Robert Hernansky. So we'll have him right after the break.
Thank you very much. Take care.
Shake it up, be through, work it out, do you.
Show me just what you got. Turn around. Don't ever let 'em hold you back. Just let the heart attack. Call me a maniac. I want my baby back. Yeah.
Shake it up, be through, work it out, do you. Shake it up, be through, work it out, do you.
Creativity lies in all of us. It's what makes us human. It starts with an idea, the desire to create, to solve, to play, to share, to interact. Together we can build new worlds. The freedom to create for all.
What up, what up? Wimbush here, and today I'm excited to tell you guys about my brand new course, Creating the Unreal, a motion graphics guide, the Unreal Engine. I'm going to show you guys how you can integrate Cinema 4D so you'll be crazy comfortable in no time. So we're going to start by exploring the marketplace, and then from there I'm going to show you guys how to set up a scene. We're going to get familiar with the content browser, the viewports, how to set up the sequencer for the timeline, and then from there we're going to get into lighting, texturing, rendering. I'm going to show you how you can integrate Quixel Bridge with Unreal so you have access to that full library of surfaces and 3D models and everything else that they have on there. And so if this sparks your interest even a little bit, then this course is just for you. So go to mograph.com, click on classes to sign up, and I'll catch you on the flip side. Let's create the Unreal together.
waves with amazing deals and fast and knowledgeable customer service.
Swim on in for incredible deals on software and plugins at Toolfarm.
Welcome back to the show, ladies and gentlemen. Thanks for tuning in wherever you are in the world. I am Matthias Omatola, host here at 3D Motion Show at MAXON Los Angeles. Wanted to say a big thank you for all of you who've been tuning in throughout the year. This is our last show of the year and would love your feedback. So at the end of the show, we're going to be sending out a link for you to be able to actually give us feedback on your show. On this show and all the different shows, so we can actually make next year even better. So we have our next artist coming up, but before then, make sure that you have signed up to stay notified with us. And to do that, it's very simple. Just go to 3dmotionshow.com if you're tuned in on YouTube, and right under the player, you'll see sign up. Sign up, toss in your information, and we'll stay connected. We'll let you know the latest and greatest updates and anything else that's going on in the world of the Maxon family. So up next is one of our longtime friends and presenters, Robert Herninsky.
Hello C4D community, my name is Robert Ranitsky, and I'm very happy and excited to be part of this 3D motion design show today. Especially a big thank you goes out to Maxon for inviting me to be able to talk to you, to inspire this community and give some new inputs and maybe some tips and tricks, and also to share some insights about this project I'm going to talk about coming up. So today we're going to see an exclusive behind the scenes peek at one of our recent projects that we just finished up very recently, which was for Wacom, the makers of the creative pen tablets that probably a lot of you are using. So for this project, we were approached by Wacom and we have a long-lasting relationship with them. I've been working with Wacom for quite a few years, created multiple animations and product trailers for them, which is always a lot of fun because we have a lot of creative freedom to pretty much create whatever we want, most of the time at least. And for this round, we were asked to create a product promo for an upcoming project that is still in development, which is the Wacom VR pen. So let's take a look at it.
This is Wacom VR pen. This is unlike any other pen which Wacom created before, and it will be our transition point into the next creative future. Wacom's more than 30 years of pen technology and experience are utilized in this breakthrough.
We have developed a truly ergonomic design, optimizing for the VR creation. Natural grip style while uncompromising precision, size, weight, and easy access to each button.
This pressure-sensitive pen creates a natural pen experience in air drawing by using pen grip force to deliver your intended pressure. Our independent stand-alone tracking system is compatible with major head-mounted display in the market. While being able to sketch in VR world, this product also features our EMR pen tablet integration. It enables creators to combine their 2D pen tablets for accurate sketch or annotation with the physical surface. We are very excited about this product, and we believe creators as well. But we need more right partners to make it penetrate. So I like to welcome to anybody who are so excited with this device, please join us and let's create together. Thank you.
Of course, this project wasn't created just by myself. I had a fantastic team that was supporting me. So credit where credit is due. I was supported by fantastic artists and friends, namely Max Iglesias, Can Erduman, Michael Munch, and Markus Adam, who all helped to contribute to make this work. So today we're going to talk about a couple of things, not just about the technical side of things, about how and which button was pushed, but also about the creative process and what went into the thinking of why we did it the way we did. But of course, we're gonna see a lot of C4D and even a little bit of After Effects. So we're gonna talk about the rendering, we're gonna talk about takes, a little bit about lighting, also about rigging and how the whole hand and the look was created. So before we get started, what do we get from the client if the product doesn't even really exist? So what we usually receive from the client is, of course, a briefing and something that is called a CMF sheet, a content material finish sheet, that basically defines which materials there will be on the product surfaces. So we had to work with this, and of course we also received a CAD model. I think it was a step model that we had to transport into Cinema 4D to get everything going and be ready to be used within Cinema 4D and rendered beautifully. We also received a couple of photos showing a 3D mock-up. Basically, it's like a rapid prototyping model that was showing us the proper size as well as how it is looking when it is properly being held in the hand. We then went ahead and created a look and style frame sheet, basically something to come up with. Are we going to do it on black or I'm going to do it on white? So we are sending this back and forth to the client, and what you can see here is not really a rendering that we did, but we basically extracted the pre-rendering that we received from the client and put it on a white and a black background, as well as creating a stroke just to give the impression of how it can be displayed when in use. One of the main things we wanted to achieve was having almost abstract look. Because the shapes are so distinct, we want it to be very close, almost into a macro level. So as we move out and process through the product trailer, we wanted to have beautiful shots that progressively move out until you see the final product. And then, of course, there will be a hand that will grab this product, and it was difficult to come up with an idea. So we were inspired by the setup process of VR headsets because it's pretty much used seeing semi-transparent hands. So we wanted to use the semi-transparent hand to, one, show a hand, that it's something that you can grab and hold. And then second, it will convey the idea of a VR product. And third, you will be able to see the product through the hand and maybe even highlight certain buttons that are being pushed. But of course, we wanted to start with the product beauty shots first. And let me show you how I created this in Cinema 4D. So let's talk about the camera setup and the animations for the first couple of beauty shots. So as you can see, here is our setup. We have multiple cameras. Some of them were used, some of them were not used. And for most of the cameras, we do have a null object that uses it as a pivot point or as a point of interest. So the camera is orbiting around that specific point. Sometimes that point is also animated. So there's nothing really too fancy going on in this one. This was one of the discarded reveal shots. We were not quite happy with the pen leaving the actual framing. And speaking of framing, the way I usually work with the camera is orienting on the one hand at what could be somewhat realistic in the real world. So not to go too crazy with camera moves. At the same time, also work with different focal lengths. So I'm trying to keep to the focal lengths that are realistic. And remember, you can change the focal length from the default 36 millimeters. So you might have a look at that just to play with focal length and see how that will affect the image. For example, for this one, we use the focal length of 85 millimeters, so we don't have too much of a distortion. For other shots, we were going with the focal length that is rather wide angle, as for example, for the reveal one. I think this one was 50. The other one, I think, was 24, as you can see in this one. But another thing that is really helpful is using some guides that will actually help you to compose the image. And to achieve that, you can go into composition and you can enable the composition helpers with this button. And you have a choice of certain helpers that will actually help you in a creative composition way. For example, you can have the grid that will divide the image into thirds. But what I use mostly is both the golden spiral as well as the golden section that will help you to show you how the image is composed. And as you can see, for example, for this one, we were not too crazy about it, but we are keeping the point of interest all in this region, which is this button that will have some nice lighting and highlight effects once the light is moving across the animation of the shot. So we can really highlight the actual beauty. And concept-wise, the idea was to be really, really close in the beginning, not really seeing what it is that we are showing. Is it a product? Is it maybe a diamond with all the glitter? We don't know it yet, but with each shot, we move out more and more until we'll see the full reveal of the actual pen. So this was then output as just a regular playbast. We just went ahead and created a make preview. We defined the ranges, saved it as an MP4 file, collected it, cut it together in one sequence without any specific rule of which clip comes first or last. We just wanted to send it out to the client just to get some initial feedback if the look and the animation progress was something that was desired. After we have created a couple of camera animations, we sent these off as a play blast to the client to sign them off, because obviously we want to get feedback if this is the right direction we're moving before we even start the shading and rendering process. However, in the meantime, Max as well as Chan were working on further parts of the project. So I was very happy to have Chan Eruman on board to help with the rigging and animation process of the hand. So how was the communication? Well, I mean, obviously we are in the middle of a pandemic and Chan is not sitting right here in Munich. So I was trying to do my best to convey the idea of what we had in mind and how the animation should look. And here's also my sort of briefing to Chan, where I'm kind of trying to just explain to him what I have in mind for that squeeze moment when you see that pen stroke being painted in air. Also der Pen macht so einen Strich, ne? So, dann kommt er so in die Kamera und dann so, und dann siehst du, wie er drückt, so, und der Strich wird dicker und dann geht der Stift wieder raus. Also quasi so. Of course, it's all in German, but anyway, I think the sound effects will do justice and convey the dynamic effect we wanted to transport over here. So, of course, I wasn't involved in the actual rigging part, but I have a surprise guest. Actually, I have two surprise guests, but the first one is Chan Eruman, who is working as a fantastic animator, digital artist, and rigger. So let's hand it off to Chan. Chan, take it away.
Hey, Rob and Matthias. Also, greetings to Paul. Thanks for having me. As Rob mentioned, I'm a character specialist for everything character related inside Cinema 4D. And this project in particular was rather interesting, not because it was super complicated or anything, but because we were super smart and saved a lot of time using the content browser. There we grabbed an asset which already had all the rigging done. So we just refined and finalized the rig to be ready for the animation. But enough talk, let's just jump right into Cinema 4D. So we are in Cinema, and as I mentioned before, we used this content browser guy over here, which has lots of nice details. We all deleted them and we just used his fingers without textures. So as you can see, the resolution is, for our purposes, is really good. And we get rid of all those other stuff here. And I have to say also that this kind of rig for the fingers was a bit weird, so we didn't use this one. And I made a simple one also. So with that being said, let's just undo everything and go to the next one, which is body 01. And here you see I've already deleted the left parts, and now I'm trying to isolate everything I need here, so I can go to the build mode of the character object and just go over here and delete stuff. And with all those things going on, I just continued to clean up everything. So I collapsed the character object and searched for all the important stuff for the arms. And as you can see, the object manager is full of it. And it's pretty much just one arm. So there's a lot of stuff here. And yeah, I'm cleaning up everything. So we end up with this. And as you can see, I have the minimalistic thing that's still there. So we have the IK here, and this is the FK, and the special joints for the rotation. As you can see, here they are turning inside there, so we have a smooth rotation. And then I got a step further and I made my own rig. So what I've done there is just a really simple thing. So you can just have the controls over here, select them and go to per object manipulation, and then you can rotate them hopefully in the right direction. Not this one. It's always the last axis. So like this. Oh, this hurts so much. And yeah, this was a really simple one. So no fancy sliders, anything, but it had one very smart thing inside. And that was that you can just select something and you can also translate it, which is super important later up. So we had this IK going on here, and an additional one for the entire arm, and I also had a constraint so you can have something that simulates the shoulder and moves it around. And now we come to the next one. So we added the pen, and again we have the shoulder over here moving, this arm here moving, all the fingers moving, and we had one super cool controller. And this is one thing that's important for a rigger, to know what kind of axis you need to make a good animation. So if you are a rigger and you also animate, this would be perfect. So you would instantly know to put this controller in, because this controller is moving the hand around where the tip is. This is basically what you do when you're writing, right? So this is what we constrained to the spline curve, so to say. And another important thing was the pen. So let me just isolate this one. So where's the pen? Here's the pen. And here we got several controllers all mapped in here. So we can have the rotation of the wheel, or have the pen tip over here being pushed in, several buttons. You can push everything in, and you have Even the charging is over here. Yeah, that's it for the Wacom pen. And in animation, it looks like this. So if you go into a view where you don't look to the render camera, you see that's just plain animation, really simple. And one important thing to mention, which is quite interesting, is that I did this interesting hand pose where you have this index finger pressed a bit. So this was also where I had the opportunity to move this a bit. And I really like this because I have an emphasis on finger positions from an artistical standpoint. But the issue was that Wacom doesn't design the peripherals to have stressed muscle movement or anything. So this needed to be more relaxed. That way we could also show the finger squeeze a bit better. The next thing is how we attach it to the stroke. So you see how the animation works, and you have the time lapse here, or the slowdown of the time. And all we did was that we took this controller here, and we had a simple constraint to a null object, which is over here, and this one is just attached to the spline that's moving around. So it's just a chain of constraints and a controller, so you can offset it. So you see there's pretty much happening there. This is the main thing that makes the animation in the curvature nice, is really this here. And I also added some shoulder movement, so you see that the shoulder is moving forward. But the most important thing in the animation, besides of course the tip, is how the elbow flows, because it always leads the movement. So it's like if you're doing some karate or kung fu, you will always see that the elbow is, or the movement comes out of the elbow. And yeah, that's pretty much everything from my side. I would say we also have some animation here, but yeah, that's pretty much it. So it's back to you, Robert. See you, bye bye.
Robert, what are you doing? John has finished his part.
What? What
are you doing, man?
It's VR research, dude. Come on, it's research.
You gotta be kidding.
All right, I get back on. Okay.
Where were we? All right, now let's talk about the rendering process. Oftentimes you get asked, which renderer did you use to create this? And my answer to that would be, does it really matter? Honestly, I've been working on a Mac for so long, and I'm still working on a Mac, just upgraded last year to the latest Mac Pro, and I'm really happy with the system. But again, let me just think about that, of maybe unemotionalizing the render process, because to me it's just the result that matters. Really, the client is not going to bother if it's going to be rendered in this or that render engine. So what is really important is the result. So of course it matters for this talk to talk about render engines, and let me go into a few details. To answer the question, we were using this guy here to render the final outcome, but we were also looking at Octane X to be specific first, because I wanted to jump ahead and try Octane on the Mac, because I've never really used it, and the whole reason why I bought this expensive machine was to get into the GPU rendering. So Octane X was available pretty soon on macOS Catalina, and I was trying it out and maybe trying to figure out a way. And to be honest, the model itself, it looked quite alright. We had some pretty decent textures for this, and everything was going well until we hit a little brick wall with when it came to the shading of the hand, because we wanted to have this very distinctive look on the hands. We couldn't achieve this result, so that was the time when we actually switched renderers, and Max was kind enough to change all the textures and the settings to make it work with Arnold Render. Let me quickly show you how the setup was done in Octane X on macOS. All right, and here we are with our setup of the Wacom pen for Octane X. I'm currently using the PR4 release that was just released prior to this video. And it works quite well on the Mac. As you can see, I'm using the AMD W5700X graphics card in my Mac Pro. And the speeds are quite nice. Works really well. And as you can see, we also have a lot of depth of field. And this was intended because we wanted to be very flexible in the way we are working with the depth of field. And also we set up a focus object so we can just simply pull this around just to select a different focus distance and to focus the attention of the viewer on a different area of the pen. So this was all good and we were pretty happy with it and everything worked quite well. The texture is not quite finished. The leather texture was also mapped in a triplanar way, and again, it's not completely finished, but we hit a little brick wall when we started to work on the shading of our holographic or ghost hand that is holding the pen. And let me switch that on quickly. You will notice that the look shows a few of the issues we're facing. One of them was the actual look of the hands themselves, but also you could see that the hand is influencing the look of the pen. And also you can see some of the back faces of the 3D hand showing through. And this was hard for us to manage. And actually we didn't end up managing it. So if you have any solution for that, just drop it in a comment. But this was one of the reasons why Max was switching to Arnold renderer in the middle of this setup and changed all the textures and the shading to make it work in Arnold, and then we moved on with Arnold from that point on. So let's take a look at the lighting setup for this project. So for this, I'm gonna switch my layout to the Arnold standard preset that I have created here. And you can see I'm using the Arnold renderer version 3.2. And you will also notice that I have a watermark right here, which is not so bad because actually it is pretty cool. Because my license has expired because I was only licensing it for a month when I was rendering. The way we worked was Max was working on his PC and he has a permanent license, and he was setting up the shaders and everything, and I was testing it with the watermarked version, and also we were testing to see if there are any differences in the look between the Mac and the PC version, and we didn't notice any visual differences. And as soon as we were finished, I licensed Arnold for a month, and then I could render without the watermark, and we could also mix and match the frames between the Mac and the PC render. So that was pretty cool. And let me just go ahead and select one of the other cameras where we can see the actual lighting setup. So let's go with the pen tip frontal, and let's go ahead and turn off the depth of field so we have a little bit of a faster result. And let's just move the camera a little bit more to the beginning. But we'll see how we set up the actual lighting. We were setting up multiple lights to simulate a somewhat realistic scenario as you would have in a studio setup with all the nice reflections and highlights going. So going to the rim top light, you will notice that we have one of those softbox wrinkles textures that we took from the fantastic Grayscale Gorilla Lightkit Pro set. We didn't light it with Lightkit Pro, but we used some of the textures, namely this softbox wrinkle texture. So why were we using this? Because if you look at the actual render, you will see a couple of imperfections in the light. So this would simulate and emulate what we would have in a realistic scenario. Of course, no softbox is super perfect. And actually, I quite like these little imperfections. It will give you a more realistic look. The other thing that we used was darkening the edges. And there's a soft edge feature in Arnold, and we can turn it down to, let's say, 0.2, or even turn it off completely, and then you'll notice you have a harsh edge. And if you like that look, of course you can go ahead with that. But honestly, we preferred something a little bit more softer around the edges. And to give you the extreme example and to see and show how it looks without the softbox texture, I can also clear this texture and you will notice the dramatic difference in how the lighting looks. So you have a super harsh light that looks a little bit artificial in my opinion, but using that softbox and the soft edges will help you to give a more natural and realistic look on the lighting. Okay, so let's talk about the take system that we used extensively for this project. The take system is pretty cool because it can store multiple versions, so to say, or multiple cameras within its file. And this can also trigger the render process. So for example, we have set it up in a way that each take or each camera has its own take. So if I play that, I can toggle through CO1, which is camera 1, 2, camera 3, 4, 5, and so on. So it's a very flexible system to toggle between the cameras. And also it allows you to mark each specific take to be rendered. And also we can choose which camera we want to see in that specific take. So for example, of course, CO1 uses camera 1 and so on. And also you can define the frame length and the frame range that we want to render. So we had a couple of different sets ranging from 3 to 5 seconds, and each of them are marked down here. And on the right side, you can also see everything that has been changed in the file. So it could be the lighting, for example. We changed a couple of the lights for the top reveal to have them either stronger or a little bit more subtle. And it's a very straightforward process. And the other benefit was that I could, of course, create a section of takes to be rendered. So for example, on a Friday, I would set up 3 or 4 takes to render over the weekend. And then I could log in remotely via my own VPN setting to Apple Remote Desktop and see if some of the takes were finished. And if they were finished, I could restart them, let's say on a Sunday, so that on Monday everything was ready. So this was the take system, the way we set it up. And let me quickly show you how to set up a new take. So for this, I'm going to go to the main. This is very important. Go back to the main, and then let's just create a new camera. And I'm going to select that new camera, and I'm going to call this camera MAXON, just for the sake of demoing it. And I'm just going to go ahead and have an entirely new shot. Let's frame this like this. Set up the keyframes at the start and also the rotation, and just go to, let's say, 120. So we're going to have 4 seconds. We're going to move up a little and rotate a little, just something like that. Nothing too fancy. All right, so let's give it a couple of keyframes here as well. And let's check out the very rough animation that we have here. And that looks good. All right. And then we go back to the take system. Then we're going to create a new take and call this the MAXON take. And here we are asked, which camera do you want to use? And I would like to use the camera MAXON. And of course, I want to have 0 to 120 because we have 120 frames. We can deselect all of them. And then I could go ahead and say render mark takes to picture viewer. And again, you can go through all the takes and see them. So you can see that all the cameras are still there, but here is our very specific MAXON take that we just created. And another very helpful thing to set up is the way you are specifying the save project or the save naming. So for this, you can go ahead and choose a preset of that, or you can use this naming, which is the $take /$take VO3, and then this will inherit take the naming of the takes. So this way you make sure that everything is named properly according to your take naming if you have done it properly. So this was very helpful in our process of making sure everything renders smooth and reliably. One of the key features we had in mind for this project was to have these, I would call it ghost hands or ghost hand that is holding the Wacom VR pen in its hand. So for this, we had a very, very precise look in mind. It had to be semi-translucent. It had to not shadow itself. It didn't have to show back faces. It didn't have to influence the pen in any way. And it was not that easy to set up the proper way of how we wanted to have this hand look. And we went through a couple of iterations, and you can see a couple of the octane tests, and we had difficulties of coming up with the proper translucency without any refractions. But after a while, once we switched to Arnold Render, Max was pretty much a genius in coming up with a setup that worked like a charm. So in order to see the actual process of how this was created, I would like to hand it off to my friend Max, who will walk you through some of the processes behind the setup of the shader. Max, take it away.
Thank you, Robert. Regarding the shading, we were actually pretty happy with the beauty renderings in Octane, but for the hand, we wanted to have a distinctive look that you maybe know from VR controls. That is, for the hand, that you have almost no visible back faces of the hand, and it's transparent and doesn't actually influence the look of the pen. So what you here see is a very early version of the scene where I tried different shaders, and as you can see, it's pretty horrible. The pen is refracting in the hand. The hand itself is showing itself within transparency, and you can see like polygon faces that you shouldn't be able to see. So I went to different iterations of the shader, and I tried some toon shading, and I tried some tricks of maybe whenever I show the back face, I have like a material that isn't showing or is blank more or less. But the actual trick is within the Arnold tag. You can define which rays are considered and with every object. And so to the lower right, if you can see here, the trick was to more or less disable all rays except the primary camera rays, and also disable any self-shadowing. And then if you put on a more advanced material like this, and I think this one is pretty close to the final, you can see we achieved the look we wanted. So the hand is transparent and you can actually see the pen or the buttons, but it's not showing itself anymore. If I look here at the index finger, it's there. It looks pretty nice, but you can't see inside. Also, a neat little feature is that this is actually considering motion blur and depth of field within the rendering. And this more or less eliminated any need for us to do any transparency tricks of the hand in compositing or render twice. And also it rendered super fast. But of course, this is like an early scene and all the shading here is not there yet. So let me switch to like a more advanced scene. And this is more or less the final. We also had this neat feature to display a color lookup. If that's pretty similar to what we used for the final rendering. So for look development, this can help. And most shaders were pretty standard, just simple plastic shaders where we just added some Cinema 4D noises that are supported in Arnold to give the roughness a bit more natural look and feel. But as you can see from this shader tree, it's pretty simple and straightforward. Not so the leather, for example. That was mainly because we used triplanar for texturing. We had this really nice leather texture, but the model itself comes from like a CAD model that these are usually pretty unoptimized for any artistic work. So we didn't want to do a UV mapping of the whole thing. And then we used triplanar and it worked pretty damn good. Like we were absolutely happy about the way the leather wrapped around the model. And for more realism, because as you can see in this shot, we got pretty close. We also used displacement from Arnold. One thing that is important when you use sub-poly displacement is that your object, let me here switch to like a grid. It looks almost black, but as you can see, we tried to bring the model in with a pretty regular grid. So the displacement doesn't look wonky in certain areas. And another great feature of Arnold was, as you can see, it's called auto bump. That is in the displacement tag. And what this means is it's considering the displacement inside the bump texture. And if I turn this off on both things, I'm not sure if in the recording you can see this, but from our tests, the results were amazing. It was you almost wouldn't need any additional subdivisions if you used auto bump. and the additional render time was absolutely negligible. And we were super happy with the result. Another thing we did shading wise that you probably won't notice, but sometimes you get into pretty detailed work is for this button. Let me just do a zoom so you can see this better. For this button, the geometry is actually lacking any small dents. And Arnold has this feature of adding fake round corners. And we also implemented a curvature shader as well. Let me just show you the effect of it. It's very subtle, but you see this curvature shader highlights the top of this button. And in conjunction with the round corners, it actually makes a difference for freaks like us who love to indulge into really the shading. Also, this close-up put some challenges on the rubber material. So with support of a friend, Daniel, I tweaked a lot on the bump map shadings here to get the feeling of the rubber right. For this example, I disabled the depth of field. We ended up actually rendering in real 3D depth of field for all shots. And this worked out pretty well, but to be honest, the render times get up if you use actual 3D rendered depth of field. But Robert used some pretty interesting tricks in compositing, how you can get rid of some of the noise. Back to you, Robert.
After everything was rendered, the result was looking pretty decent, so there was not too much post-production involved. Usually I do heavy post-production in After Effects, but this time we had to do a minimal set of things. One of them was getting rid of some of the noise we had because we just couldn't crank up the samples endlessly. So there were a few tricks that I did to get rid of some of the noise, and let me show you this, how it was done in After Effects. All right, so let's take a look at the shots in After Effects and how everything came together. So let's play this top reveal shot, and you can see that the camera moves along and reveals the actual brand and the product itself. And although it looks pretty decent, we're not quite there yet. There's not too much that we had to do in post-production in After Effects, but one of the main things that we noticed was a little bit of noise. We had a pretty decent setting of the sampling rate, but still we had some noise. Even more dramatic is the noise in the alpha. And if we toggle the alpha mode, so just to see the edges, you will notice that there is some substantial noise happening in the alpha channel. So how can we get rid of that? Obviously, re-rendering wasn't really an option for this one. So I came up with a little trick that Max already mentioned before. So the way to remove that was just to blur the blurred edges slightly more. So for that, we can create a mask. And since we have a built-in alpha channel, I'm going to duplicate that layer, call this matte. And then we're going to use a new adjustment layer. And we're just going to call this blur. And in that blur, we're just going to apply a fast box blur with a setting of, I don't know, 6 or 5 maybe, whatever works, just to see that this is somewhat blurred. In the final version, we use the Frischluft depth of field or autofocus effect just to give it some more natural blur, but this will do just fine for demo purposes. Of course, you have to make sure that the blur is under the matte, and we're going to use the alpha inverted matte. And for that, we still have to make sure the alpha inverted matte is actually the right size. So for this, I'm just going to go ahead and solo this one and give you the alpha setting. And we're going to select the Minimax filter. So let's type in Minimax. And here I can specify if I want to use the color or alpha. And I have to make sure to use alpha. And then I can crank this up or down. And depending on what I have set it up to, minimum or maximum, this will shrink or enlarge the actual matte. So let's leave it at 20 or 25, something like this, and go back to see our result. And then you will see that the actual blur is happening only in the areas of the edges. Okay, so especially in this area, you can see the rough edges. And if I toggle this on or off, I can control also how much blur will happen by adjusting the minimax setting. So this works quite well. You don't have to go too far, otherwise it will be noticeable. But for this area, it works quite well. Let's go out and let's take a look at it. All right, so this looks much better, much cleaner edges, especially when we move down. However, as you can see, once we move out, the focus is shifting, and the way we set up the shot is everything is with a shallow depth of field, and once we see the whole pen, everything should be in focus, so that is very easy to fix. All you have to do is go into your blur settings and animate the blur radius as well while we go down, and let's set it to maybe 1. Probably we can go also with 0.2 ever so slightly, and then you will notice that the effect will look pretty nice. And this is the way we got rid of that noise on the alpha areas. However, we're not quite there yet. We still need to do some work with the actual look. We wanted to have a little bit more of a bluish color. So for this, I'm gonna go ahead and create yet another adjustment layer. Make sure it's on the top, call it look, and I'm gonna apply the Magic Bullet Looks effect onto that. And just released in a brand new version, which has even more features and control about how you want to color grade your footage, which is pretty cool. So for this, I'm just gonna add in the tools palette a lookup table, a LUT. And right here, I have the very same Grayscale Gorilla LUT that we used for this project, so I can apply that really easily. And also, I want to add maybe a 4-way color corrector just to give it some more coolness in the shadow. So for this, I can choose between shadows, midtones, and highlights. And I'm just going to drag down the shadows just to make them a little bit cooler, give them more of a metallic kind of look. Maybe something like this. This is fine, and you can see instantly the huge difference. So this is before and this is after. And let's check it out. So this looks pretty good. And a couple of minor things we did for the actual final version. Let me just go to a slightly more advanced version, is that we added some chromatic aberrations to the edges, just to give it some slight imperfections, just to make it a little bit more organic. So here you can see the before, and this is with chromatic aberrations, and then you have the looks, and then you of course you also have the grain. And for the grain, you can either use digital grain that is also built into looks, or you can use footage elements. And for this, we usually use the regrain footage elements, or actually scanned stock, that will give you a pretty good result, and it doesn't have to render. You just overlay it, and this is how it looks at the end. Of course, we also wanted to have what we call talking heads. So that will be a person from Wacom that will talk about the vision and the idea behind this upcoming product that is still in development. So we were toying around with a few ideas, and then we thought, hey, why not have the CEO of Wacom talk about the vision of this project? So we ended up really getting the CEO, Nobu Ide, from Wacom on board. And a funny story, I was trying to come up with the final concept and the script, what should be said based on some of the key facts that we received from Wacom. So we set up a Zoom call with the Wacom headquarters in Tokyo, as well as with the Wacom headquarters here in Germany. And of course, the CEO of Wacom was there as well. And all of a sudden, it's like, okay, Robert, just explain the concept to me. And I had to give like an impromptu presentation of our concept. So I was pretty nervous about that. He liked the concept, thankfully, signed it off, and he was all into being filmed for this. So for this whole filming section, of course, we couldn't travel to Japan to art direct it or to direct it. So I was giving more or less precise instructions, working very closely with a fantastic team in Japan as well as in Germany. And we had a pretty straightforward idea, having a blurred background, something slick, a beautiful light to focus on the person. So they were sending me a couple of images from the HQ, which is a tower in downtown Tokyo, which looked beautiful. And we signed that off. basically, we made just a few annotations that nothing is sticking out of the head when it's filmed, because you have those window frames. But it was a pretty straightforward process. And of course, once we received the material, I was downloading it on 3 different internet connections to get everything in time, because we just got it really late in the process. And then everything was edited by Michael Münch and then taken to color grading to Markus Adam from Scanwork, who was working his magic in color grading it. And there's a particular thing that we want to point out. We had a color scheme in mind, which was based on the black of the pen, but also on some bluish and orangish colors for the skin tones. So basically going down the orange and teal look. And as you can see, once you look at the color grading, you'll be able to spread across and have the corresponding opposite colors. So of course, the complementary color for blue is orange. So you can see there's multiple shades of this color popping up across the whole product trailer that makes it all cohesive and come together in a very nice and beautiful way. So finally, we were done with this project. The client was happy, we were happy, and it was such good fun to work on this project with this fantastic team. Again, big thanks to Wacom for allowing me to present and talk about this project, as well as a big thank you to Maxon for inviting me to talk to you. So I hope this talk gave you some inspiration and some insights into our creative process, as well as the technical areas of this project. So thanks again, and stay safe out there, and see you next time.
Welcome back. I'm here with Robert. Excellent presentation, Robert. Thanks for coming to the show.
Thank you for having me, and it's so nice to be here. And thank you for inviting me, and thank you for everyone that attended the presentation.
Yeah, no, it looks like a lot of people are tuning in, and often I get told to tell you things. That's what they say. They say, tell him or tell her. It's like they command me to tell you, and I'm supposed to tell you you're a genius, sir. So that's what
thank you.
I'm told. The people have spoken that I must tell you you are a genius. So
I wasn't alone.
Yeah,
so
what's
kudos
that?
to the team. I wasn't alone. I don't want to take the whole credit on myself. You know, I had a great team that was helping me with this project. So, but
Right.
Thank you.
But that's what the team's for. The team's there for when things go wrong, you have people to blame, and then when things go right, you can take the credit. That's
right. Yeah.
So
I learned it's better to because obviously I don't know everything, and I can't, and at some point in my career I learned to take on people that are smarter in some areas than you are, and then this helps the whole project, because why should I bother about rigging or about shading? These guys do it way better than I can, so I brought them on board and it worked out. So I used the things that I can do, and they use the things that they can do. So
yeah, definitely use your resources. I mean, that's why I have everybody on the show, because I know little and you guys know a lot. So therefore, I feel much more comforted by having all of you intelligent, amazing artists around me. So
thank you.
All the nerds make it better. That's how I say it. Just
nerd out.
Yeah, got to. So let's see here. Some of the questions are, someone dived in and wanted to know about the model. So were you provided a model? What was your model workflow? Or was there anything you had to do for cleanup? Or were you given one? Did you have to build from scratch?
No. We didn't build it from scratch. So just to be clear, so this is not a product that you can just buy off the shelf right now. It's a teaser for a project that is in development, and Wacom asked us to create this so they can get some excitement, but also get some developers ready and to make everything work. So actually, we haven't seen a physical thing. That's
oh really? Oh wow, okay.
We only saw photos, and when I was thinking it was in the summer when I was brought into this project, and I was like, okay, so how does it look? Can I have one? And they were like, well, no, we don't have one yet. All we have is, like a fancy thing where cables are sticking out, just to test it technologically wise. But all they had was like a 3D printed gray thing that they have for scale, that we had some reference images. But technically, we received the CAD model. So Max was taking care of that. He was working his magic to convert the object, get rid of all the stuff that you don't need for the renders. Subdivide it in areas where we need a lot of detail, because pretty early on we knew we wanted to be very close and with each shot move out. So it had to be almost in a macro level. So that's why we worked like that. And again, it was we haven't seen it yet, and the CMF stuff, it was quite helpful. The content material finish sheet that we received, it describes textures, and this is glossy, and this is matte, and this is plastic, and this is leather-like. So the leather texture is probably too realistic, because you have those camera grip leathers. And I know Nick just released his Grayscale Gorilla product stuff, but we didn't have it back then. And they have like a specific camera grip plastic shader or texture. So that might be more accurate. Again, we don't know yet. It's a thing that is still in development. So the reviews and the back and forth with the client was pretty straightforward. We already knew what kind of materials we have in the pens that we have. So it is something similar. So we could orient ourselves on that. So it was pretty straightforward.
Very cool. Somebody's asking about rendering, and so what was your render process like? Did you have a render farm? Was it just in-house? What were the render times like?
So it was all in-house. We didn't use any servers. So again, I still work on a Mac. I know I get a lot of heat of that. I saw the chat a little bit, and some questions. I stuck with the Mac. I didn't want to give it up, because the way I work is I'm not just doing 3D, and I do so much more stuff, just design in general. But of course, design and motion graphics is anything that animates is my core. But there's a lot of editing that I do, a lot of design work, and it just works fine on a Mac. So when I got this Mac Pro and a new Redshift is gonna come up for that, I didn't know it's gonna be like November until I can use it. But my plan was to have this machine with a powerful GPU and then be able to use GPU rendering. So that's why I was late to the game. I was using physical for a very long time. And then when I found out how fantastic it is to use GPU renderings, Octane X in that case, I was pretty much blown away, because the iteration process was so much faster. So I was like, hey, Max, let's do it in Octane X. He was like, all right, we can shade it in Octane X. I'll show you. And so we worked on that together. And then again, everything looked well until we got to the point with the transparencies in the hand. And then in the mid-project, he was like, all right, let's just convert it to Arnold. And then he converted all the textures to Arnold. And then this was also very fast. And to give you some numbers, when you see the pen in like in full scale, so if this is the frame and you see the pen like, I don't know, like this, for example, this was about 20 to 30 seconds, sometimes even less, to render in
for final.
For final, yeah. So this was pretty incredible. Octane about the same, depending on really how close you get. For the really close-up shots where you have a lot of depth of field, and I do a lot of photography, and I like the, and I'm allowed to say the bokeh porn, like a lot of, shallow depth of field. I just love that. I wanted to have that effect very strongly to give it almost like an artistic abstract look. So these render times were varying between, 5 to 15 minutes per frame, depending on the samples and the noise that it generated, because noise was a little bit of an issue, because if you render depth of field in Arnold, it takes significantly longer than in Octane, for example, or even in Redshift. Just tried it out recently, updated to Big Sur, so Redshift is next on my list. Nice. So noise was a little bit of an issue, but we fixed that. So some of the shots that were experiencing a lot of noise, we rendered them over the weekend with a higher sample rate. And with others, I used that trick in After Effects to get rid of that noise in the alpha mostly, yeah.
Very cool. Somebody was wondering, is that render time displacement on the leather, or is that a normal map? So how did you get the details on there?
It was both. Again, we took that letter from Grayscale Gorilla's texture pack, and basically we had a sub-poly displacement as well, and it was so fast that we just left it on. Even we just only wanted to use it for the close-ups, but we left it on because it was negligible in terms of render times. So we used the normal map, but as well as some sub-poly displacement for the super fine details when we are very close to, especially for the leather texture. And then also for the edges to give it some curvature, because there was actually no physical or geometric detail. But we nerded out on that button. We even added some optical flares, highlights that are just reflecting off, just to make it a little extra special, just make it feel high quality.
Yeah, those little glints make a difference. Let's see. Somebody was wondering, would the C4D denoiser have helped at all? But you weren't. You were rendering with third party, so that wouldn't have done much for you.
Yeah, it would have not helped in that case.
How tricky was it getting the textures approved with the client? Did that CMF sheet give you a kind of an exact example to follow?
Well, like I said, it was pretty straightforward. I mean, we had, again, it's not like there's a product that we have to follow because it's still in development. So things could change, but it was based on what you have on existing pens, more or less. We have the rubber and you have the semi-gloss plastic and you have a little bit of an etched plastic. It's called Nihon etching. So you can really nerd out about these technologies that they use for etching. It's like standard stuff that you have on different tech products. So I think we had 2 rounds of approvals. It was really, Wacom is a fantastic client to work with. So it was pretty straightforward.
Very cool. Somebody's wondering about any tips for working on the Mac ecosystem. You mentioned Arnold, but anything in general, any tips to fellow Mac users who are working with Cinema?
To be honest, like someone said in the chat as well, it's for me, it's a tool. I love the machine, but at the same time, it's kind of funny because I love my work environment and my machine, but at the same time, I'm trying to emphasize to unemotionalize the stuff. So it's kind of funny because at the same time I speak about love your tools. On the other hand, I say like, well, it's just a tool. So somehow you have to be realistic and result driven, right? So I think we're in a fantastic time right now that we have not only the standard renders that are available in Cinema, but also third-party stuff like with Arnold, Redshift, or Octane. I think this makes it so attractive because you can use whatever the heck you want, more or less, at these times. Even, okay, if it's beta or not, put that aside, but it's getting there. And I think that's the most important thing, that you have choice. And it was not like for this project, yes, I wanted to try Octane X, and it's always best to learn a tool on a real project instead of just following a tutorial. But at the same time, when we hit that bump, realizing that at least I don't know if it's not possible, at least we couldn't figure it out with the hand, with the transparencies and the back faces, we just said, okay, let's just go with Arnold. I would have loved to do this in the GPU render, but it didn't work out, and we just wanted to have a good looking result, and the client is not going to bother if it's going to be rendered with this tool or that, created on the PC, created on the Mac. Max is working on the PC, Chan is working on the PC, I'm working on Mac. Work whatever you feel comfortable with and you feel safe and happy with. And that's all I can say. Maxon and Cinema 4D works fantastically on the Mac. Just as it does on the PC. So, screw all that discussion about what is better, just get over it and just create some awesome work, really.
Yeah. Yeah, you're not limited by the tool anymore. It's not like one is going to, it might be a little bit faster depending on your configuration or something like that. But just use the tool that works. A lot of people get caught up on the hardware and miss the process. Which kind of takes me to the next thing that I wanted to talk about, because you mentioned that, really shallow depth of field and bringing that to life. What other special sauces do you recommend to people to really get that high-end pro look?
That's a great question, Matthias. Well, there's a couple of things that I always do to any renders, and it's actually messing up the picture. It's like there's no render that doesn't go through After Effects or Photoshop in stills, but mostly it's After Effects. So any render is almost too perfect and too shiny. So it's actually funny because you will have to make the image a little bit worse to make it better, adding imperfections, because there's no camera that is as perfect as a 3D render, no matter what you use. I mean, of course, you can add post effects and that kind of stuff, and all the, chromatic aberrations and vignettes and everything that you can do on render time. I'm a little bit old school with regards to that. I learned Cinema 4D, like the hard way with After Effects compositing. My C4D skills were always a little bit limited and still are. But my After Effects skills are probably a little bit better than my C4D skills are. And combining the two and developing your eye for the result leads to basically having the mental image of what you want to see and just working toward that goal. So I add stuff like a grain, chromatic aberrations, of course a vignette, but not always, but depending on where you want to look. So you add a vignette if you want to center the view, you leave the vignette off when you have a white background. A little bit of noise is usually always there. I use noise footage to add it on top, so I don't have to render or calculate that. So it's scanned film noise. So it's actually film grain, to be more precise. Just very subtle. Helps also with the counter the banding. And these are the things, and I always look at realistic stuff, like how do product shots look like. Apple, of course, is a huge inspiration. They just go crazy with their display of products. But there's also other brands, and I always look out and look at, okay, how do they frame their shots and try to keep things realistic as you would do with a real camera.
Awesome. Yeah, you got to make it. You have to make it imperfect to make it better. You got to add those imperfections.
Exactly. Yeah. Exactly.
I had a question coming in. Do you ever use denoiser or any of the Red Giant tools for noise?
To be honest, can I say that here? Can I be honest?
Yeah, you can talk, because if you're not, I'm sure we got folks at Red Giant will tell you why you should.
No, I love the folks at Red Giant. I've been using their stuff for I think over 15 years now, and I use a lot of the Red Giant tools. However, I must say that I'm not using the Red Giant denoiser. Someone recommended Neat Video's reduce noise tool, which is also a pretty good denoise tool, and I just stuck with that. I don't know why. It's just like someone recommends it, you try it on a project, and then you just go with that. So that's what I use. So Neat Video is one of the tools that I use. But
I think someone else talked about that. I think someone else talked about that on a couple of shows back.
And its latest release is also pretty good. So, I mean, if you have like a MAXON 1 subscription and you have Denoiser 3 with the Red Giant tools, then by all means, it's a fantastic tool. So use that. Whatever works. Again, it's not because, I have any more or less sympathies. It's just like whatever works best for you.
Yeah, and that's one of the things as an artist. Sometimes we'll learn something and it's just like, well, that's just the way we do it. Even if it's inefficient. Like one of the things is like talking with Beeple, like he'll still do things highly inefficient because he learned how to do a thing. It's like, why are you doing it that way? It's just like muscle memory. It's one of those things, and trying out new things. But yeah, if you guys haven't tried out Red Giant Denoiser or any of the other products, definitely check it out. Especially if you have Red Giant or you have MAXON 1, you already have access to all this stuff. So
exactly,
you can just dive into. There's so many different tools these days. It's overwhelming, but they're at our disposal, which is good. So then we at least have it. Somebody wanted those pew pew noises from earlier that they were wondering if you could give a little playback.
Well, the pen it goes like. There
it is.
That's. I mean, you have to do those noises.
Yeah, that's what makes it art.
Someone said someone said in the chat that someone who's working and doesn't make noises is not doing it right, and I absolutely second that. We always communicate with hand gestures and with noise. Like you zoom in, and you have to do that.
Yeah, that's how you know you're a pro. That's a pro or a child.
It makes it pro. It's a pro child.
It's a pro child. Awesome. Well, Robert, thanks so much. We always love having you on the show. We'd love to have you back at one of our upcoming shows. And yeah, I'm really interested in the Wacom pen as we move forward in this. So we have one more presenter left. So thanks again. You guys stay tuned. We'll be right back after this break with Curry Ty. So you'll be able to, or Ty Curry. So you'll be able to actually see her in a second. So yeah, hang on and we'll see you after then. Robert, thanks again, brother.
Thanks again. Stay safe.
Shake it up, be cool, work it out, do you. Show me just what you got. Shake it up, be cool, work it out, do you. Shake it up, be cool, work it out, do you.
Toolfarm makes waves with amazing deals and fast and knowledgeable customer service.
Swim on in for incredible deals on software and plugins at Toolfarm.
Join specialist sports production instructor Jason Hare for a series of free webinars, designing and creating statistics-based MOGAT templates for use in Adobe Premiere. Using real-world techniques he developed for the 2018 World Cup and 2019 Rugby World Cup, Jason will show you how to build templates in After Effects, combining Red Giant Universe, custom expressions, essential graphics panel techniques, as well as data-driven graphic workflows. See how to share these templates with Premiere Pro, helping editors achieve more in less time.
Mograph.com, an online resource for motion graphic artists. Start your week with the Mograph podcast. Industry news, interviews with your favorite artists, and terrible humor. Watch live shows and interviews from Mograph events like NAB, SIGGRAPH, Half-Res, and local meetups.
This is exactly what I should be doing.
Our Mograph Talks feature live demos and motivation from artists all around the world.
Sometimes you gotta make stuff that you're not gonna put on your reel, and I'm not here to judge.
What if Rick and Morty show up for the countdown at midnight? That's where I peaked in life, in my career.
We gotta stop this thing, Rick! It's gonna kill us all!
Hear from the people that create your software, design your render engines, and artists that are changing the face of modern motion graphics.
You get that render done. Yeah, you better frame what?
Mograph tutorials and online classes will teach you about Cinema 4D, After Effects, as well as other popular software and render engines.
Throw in the HDR Studio, take the render settings, pick the HDR, put in a reflection, and gorgeous.
Join the conversation in our live sessions.
That's so funny! All right, I'm gonna live forever!
Subscribe today and get the latest updates on our YouTube and other social media channels.
Take all your dreams and just do it!
Subscribe to Mograph.com.
Welcome back to the show, all of my favorite creatives from around the world that are still here with us, tuning in. This is our last presenter of the 2020 season of the 3D Motion Show. And for all of you who want to stay in touch, and please do, we love having you join us. Check out 3dmotionshow.com and go right under the player and click sign up. And we will be sending out a little survey. Would love your feedback. Love to know what you want to see more of, less of, what we could be doing differently in the show. So we'll be sending that out in the future, but you have to sign up in order to, so we can get your feedback. We actually want to hear from you. I actually want to make the show even better. So far, I've been having a blast. I've been hearing great feedback from both the artists as well as you guys, the audience, everywhere. But now stay tuned for our last presenter of the year, Curry.
Hello everyone, my name is Curry. I'm a 3D motion designer based in LA right now. I'm freelancing at Logan TV, if you guys have heard of that. Thank you so much for Hazel's recommendations. Thank you so much for Masaya's invitation. It is such an honor to be here to share about my personal experience. Since I just graduated and didn't really have so much experience in the industry, today I'm going to talk about more like my personal journey about my motivation, my passion, and my intuition. Not so much a specific structure. Especially, I would say a lot of designers gonna be super echo with this talk. I just want to be super transparent and straightforward because it's always taking me forever to learn a new computer program. I would say C4D is like super user-friendly program, which give me a lot of creative control to do what I really want. So I'm gonna just walk you guys about what I going to talk about today. Firstly, I'm going to base on my personal passion project. For example, creating organic mesh with smaller measure, lighting tips, reducing render times with using Redshift proxies, mocap hand rig, etc. Basically, my objective is always like how to make you cheating perfectly without knowing a lot of technical skills. So after that, your friend asked you, what do you mean when you say motion graphic designer generalist? I was like, I basically do everything. Since you guys didn't really know me so far, I would love to play my reel at first. Thank you. You guys might tell I'm a very design-driven person. If you go to my website, the homepage, everything is done by me, and I'm super interested in the interesting texture and using the composition and color and lighting to tell a story. So from my side, media is just a tool. The most important thing is always about convey your story. And as a designer, I think it's very essential for you to convey your story in a very tight deadline. For example, most of the style frames I did in C4D, I can I can definitely create everything from scratch in one day, a couple of hours. So this is really requesting you to come up with the idea and super fast and get a lot of cheating skills to make this image make sense from your camera. And doesn't really need to be 100% good in terms of production level, but you just need to convey your idea and your aesthetic. Also, I just want to be transparent and straight up. I know a little bit things about Houdini. I create some mesh there. I barely using Substance Painter, Designer. I didn't use X particles. I used to use Octane, but right now I realize Redshift has way more creative control than Octane, and then I shift to Redshift recently. Basically, I'm just like super stick to C4D program. That's why I really want to show you a couple of tools I really like in C4D. So let's dive into it. The first one, I really want to show you about the volume mesher and volume builder. And these are two style frames I create in 1 hour or so by using Redshift, volume builder and mesher. I can tell like literally a lot of people can create this from scratch in a very short term. This is the thing I created. Let me quickly hit the render one more time. So I don't know if a lot of people can echo that. I know ZBrush a little bit, but I don't want to like keep it forever to create like a super delicate model, but I'm still looking for something customized. I just don't want people to realize, oh, you're just downloading a free model online. And also, like, the model is always super low poly. So how can we create this kind of organic raw mesh? So you can tell my thing is pretty simple. I just download a free avatar from online and apply different textures and just like a simple pose. And let's start something from scratch. So the first step, you just need to find the volume mesher and volume builder and be sure the builder is the child of the mesher. So basically the builder is kind of like transform your mesh into like a volume, and the mesh will transform the volume back to the mesh to bake the Olympic for the next step. Let's just pull up a super simple tube and make it. You can also download whatever you want, maybe a simple human body or whatever. And then we're gonna go to edit, create a field, shader field. So the shader field is more like a noise, like a 2D noise, which will drive your 3D dimension mesh in a bit. So we just click this button and go to noise, and you can tell, boom, there's already something happened. But it didn't cover all the stuff. That's because your box size is not accurate. So in terms of this, you can either increase your box size. Let's go maybe try 1000, and then it's covered the whole tube. Or you can also change the created space from box to object, but it still doesn't look as good as this, right? That's because you should change the unit mode from unit mode to subject or intersect. So here we go. So a lot of two things we need to point out is voxel size and surface threshold. So for the voxel size, it's more about how much details you can get. Oh, one more thing, like if you dive into the shader field, like right now you can tell the noise is a little bit even. That's because we need to change the noise to something different. And you should also, and right now you can tell that the noise is a little bit like repeating. That's why you need to change that to the global scale, and boom, you can still get and we jump back to the volume builder, you can still tell like right now it's more about volume, but you can like how can we achieve this kind of delicate details? That's why we need to play with the voxel size. So let's type in changes to 5 or 3, etc. And we can already tell this like something happened here, right? And the surface 3 hues, from my understanding, it's more about how big is a particle for each thing. And if you change that into 0.8, it's gonna be bigger. And let's change back to another side. Boom. We already got something similar, right? So it's like super easy. But I would say when you are developing the whole structure, you should change the voxel size to something bigger, because you don't really want to spend time on generating this kind of details. After you are pretty happy with the rough readout, you can reduce the voxel size to something like 2. And you might tell from the bottom left, there's like calculating thing, which can really give you like a super detailed readout, right? Looks good, huh? So this is like already as close as what our final result should be. And I'm just wanna back to the original thing really quick. So if you play with the noise and the texture, you can literally generate a lot of different readouts. You can also mimic the watering liquid or like this rotated mesh, whatever you name it. Just play with the noise and you will get definitely different readouts. So right now I'm just stick with this look. And after that, what if I want to create an animation? Super simple. You just need to K the surface field or the volume size. For example, I just K it from the first frame, and then another K frame at 40 frames, and we ran everything. Here we go. This is the watering like stuff generating happening right now. So what's our next step? I would say it's kind of risky to change the number of the voxel size, because, for example, I don't want to do it right now. What if you just type in 0.2 or something? The whole thing gonna be super heavy and crash a lot. But when you are playing with the lighting, you don't really want to work on the super unstable and heavy thing, right? That's why we need to bake the volume measure. So you just right click and find Bake as Olympic. You can also choose Bake as Olympic plus Delete, but I don't really do that. I will just click Bake as Olympic and see what happens. So we are exporting Olympic. Mostly it's gonna take a little bit of time. Here we go. And we got the measure. After we got the measure, we can definitely either delete or hide everything of the system. So that's one is just for archive. So right now you got your animation, liquid animation readout. And I would say this is a good structure that for you to work on. This is basically what I did to create this two body. It just basically take couple of minutes, like super straightforward, and then we back to the main lighting. So right now we can definitely play around with the texturing lighting. I'm gonna I'm gonna show you guys a little bit about what my shader looks like. I would say the Redshift shader is also very straightforward and also kind of similar with most of the program agent. And I just measure everything by eye. I didn't really have a solid workflow, just play with different materials, add a material blender, and add a ramp and curvature. I always play with this kind of different sliders, and as long as you are happy with the final results, like you name it. Basically, I don't really have a big nose for that, and I just play everything by vibe, and as soon as I'm happy with the result, that's it. And also for the camera, you can play with a different camera. I would say the most important thing is more about be smart, find the highlight moment of the image, if that makes sense. So if we jump back to the final result, here we are. This is our final result. So since we talked a little bit about lighting and texturing, right now I really want to show you guys a little bit my lighting tips. Because in the very beginning, I was the Octane user. I would say the biggest difference between Octane and Redshift is like they are both very user friendly. But personally, I just feel like Redshift has way more creative control than Octane. The most important thing I can imagine is you can light different objects individually, which is you cannot do that in the physical world. That's why I'm kind of transitioning my role from a photographer and a cinematographer to 3D world, because I definitely feel like there's way more creative control there. I can just fix the lighting. I can set a target to do what I really want. So let's dive into it. So let me show you the final result really quick. I don't know why a lot of people, they mention like, Curry, your piece is like super distinguished and super into next level. How did you achieve that? I would say definitely I did a little bit post-production, like Photoshop, to get a little bit this kind of texture, but for this thing, I'm gonna quickly show you how to make your work more like a contemporary art piece. So in terms of lighting, I would say the most important thing conceptually for me is to truly understand how lighting works in the physical world. Why did I say that? You should definitely imagine your 3D thing as a physical studio. Like if you cannot understand the basic skills for lighting in a real studio, I don't think you can the lighting logic in the 3D program. So I think I'm super lucky because my background is photography and cinematography. So I do have a little bit experience about how to light in a studio. Basically, my lighting is super simple as always. I have 3 different setups. So first is a dome lighting. The dome lighting from my point is more like setting up a physical studio, because in the 3D program, there's no real reflection. There's no real 3D environment in your environment. So how can you create this kind of environment? That's why we need the dorm light. And we can play around with the exposure, with the hue, duration, tint. You can add a little bit color on that, change the samples, and if you click the enabled background, you can see the physical studio on the background, and you can click the alpha channel, which is like super useful for you to explore multi-layers. And this is a dorm light. From my side, I always have 3 different lighting. One is dorm light, just for creating the whole environment, and then it's the area lighting. The area lighting is more about setting up the whole tone. So in terms of area lighting, I think it's also very important to understand how far away is the lighting and how distance and size could affect the final result. Maybe we go back to this example also. So right now we don't really have any lighting, right? Let me just quickly create a floor, and we just create the lighting super quick. Here we go. So right now, this is like a basic lighting setup. From my understanding, you really need to understand the lighting is far away. With a larger size and less intensity, it will definitely generate the soft shadow. Like if you are paying attention to the shadow, it's getting softer. If you make the lighting smaller and then you increase the intensity, let's change the intensity multi-layer to something like 1000. It's more like a spotlighting stuff, which makes your shadow more harsh. So I would say this is also the same logic when you light an object in the real studio. So again, as long as you can understand the lighting physically, I would say you can really handle this thing super quick. One more thing I want to point out is the good thing in 3D program, also the thing I really love Redshift is it can light the object individually. Let me so what you mean by that, if you go to Redshift lighting object, you can tell there's a include and exclude mode. For the object, include mode means the object you dragged here could be only affected by this lighting. And if you go to exclude, which means this lighting cannot affect all the objects you dragged in. So why this is like super important? I would say if you want to have 100% creative control, if you want to do everything precisely, you can literally change the include mode to all the objects, and you can light all the individual assets individually. For example, I really love this kind of moody, a little bit like painting white style. But if you go to the dome light, you can tell I excluded the deck, which is the water. If I delete the deck, see? So this is the real result for this image. But I mean, I personally don't really like this kind of repeating texture. I think the highlighting, the dome light is like super distorting. That's why I just put the water into that object and it will not affect it. The face is like not that bright, and I can add another spotlight on the face to just highlight the face, and we cannot even tell in the final result, but it will just make your life way more easier. The third thing I want to talk about is about the spotlight. The spotlight is more about adding a texture on the lighting, and also if you want to play around with projection. I don't know if you guys are familiar with photography, like also for cinematography, a lot of artists, they like to project specific texture on a person to make his looks more interesting. And you can also, I also like the target a lot. So the target is you right click and you go to C4D tag target. For example, I really want to exaggerate the face area. I just create a node and I drag the node to the face, and I drag the node under the target object. In this way, the lighting center just will be focused on the target, the node. And no matter how we drag it, no matter how we play around with it, the center will always be around that. I would say spotlight is more about highlighting. Like for example, I really want to add a little bit like lens flare texture on the face. So the most efficient way is just add a texture, just find an image and add a texture on the top. And if you also check tint texture, which means you can add another color on the texture. And if you want something warm, if you want something cold, it will just like completely change your mood. Make your final readout not that CG generating. And then, as I mentioned, one more important thing is play around with the redshift setting. So one more thing I really like is you can save as present. I know most of you guys are pretty much familiar with how to optimize the samples. So one more thing I really like is definitely you can dive into all the textures and change change the samples individually to like 100, 128, something like that. But what if you have a lot of textures? It's always taking you forever to reformat everything, right? So that's why, I would say everything I talk about is more about being a designer, but not about the real production. Sometimes I just don't really have time to figure out everything, and I will just check everything overwrite, and I will change the sample to, so I basically just overwrite everything. And you even do not need to make this sample super huge. You just need to overwrite everything to 500 or so, and problem solved. And also for the GI thing, make sure you have the primary GI and the secondary GI, which will make your image looks better. And after you're super happy with the whole setup, you can save the present. Let's say Redshift design. And this is your setup. And you click load present, you go to the design and make sure you change the mode to Redshift design. And the next time, you just don't need to redo everything, and problem solved. Again, I would say a lot of my tricks is more about saving time and how can you achieve this kind of photoreal quality in a super short term. That's why I'm also using post-effection in Redshift. So for the LUT, it's more like creating a LUT color. It's also kind of similar with the cinematography. It's like in C4D, I love all of these tricks a lot. Like for the color control, you can change your exposure super quick. You can change your contrast, and photography exposure. Bloom is like adding a little bit like softness. You can add a lens flare. From my side, you can literally achieve everything in After Effects and the Photoshop. But I would say again, mostly I need to generate like 9 frames per day. I just don't have time to dive into another program and import and export. So I would say this one is definitely super helpful for you to generate a photorealistic thing in a very short term. After you're pretty happy with that, you can click the backlit rendering, which means it will gonna give you the final result. You can also go to this one to have the check window to only focus on like a super tiny part as long as you are happy with one part, and you can kind of imagine the whole image gonna look like. I'm gonna just quickly show you a couple of more frames I did. So just follow this logic, and these are a lot of things I created by this trick. So next one, I really want to talk about my thesis. Let me show you a quick trailer right now. Okay, so this is a personal project I recently did. Well, I'm gonna show you another breakdown very quick.
In my art, I'm always questioning and exploring the various definitions and expressions of the true beauty. I'm always seeking the meaning of the true existence, and in doing so, attempting to convey the concept of duality in my work. And for sure, questioning how my Chinese heritage influenced me in all aspects. Simulacra is a multi-immersive experience which integrates live action, motion capture, 3D scan, and 3D motion digital art. My working process takes on many forms. While I work and conceive, I'm truly and fully led by imagination and intuition, not so much a specific structure. There are always fresh ideas building upon and ever-changing, very much a live visual direction. In terms of this film, I have very much been a one-girl team in the animation aspect of the film. I executed almost all the 3D design, texturing, lighting, models, and rendering by myself. However, I was truly fortunate to collaborate with a highly skilled and creative production team from USC, who brought the live action sequences into life. Simulacra is not merely a 6-minute short visual film. It will also expand beyond into experimental theater, immersive performance, 3D motion graphic, installation, and alternative modes of storytelling in the future.
Okay, that's it. I mean, we have been talking about the still frames for a long time, but right now I really want to dive into how can you achieve this kind of, I mean, basically Simulacra is my first time to do this kind of hybrid of live action and motion graphic. And I would say C4D definitely saved my life in terms of really symbolize my pipeline. I know you guys might notice about the motion tracker in C4D and also the motion capture thing. And actually, let me talking about the hand rig at first. So for the hand rig thing, let me open a file really quick because I have I have very limited knowledge about animation by hand. I just don't want to waste my time on the whole animation, so I did the motion capture for my thesis. But the problem for the motion capture is you cannot really animate the hand, so I still need to animate the hands by myself. So that's why I'm using the C4D Presso tag to create like all this kind of simple hand. My friend Eli, he helped me to build up this system, but I would say it's definitely straightforward. Just need to take a little bit time. I'm not planning to share this for now, but you can definitely go to YouTube and find tutorials. The most important thing I want to share right now is about how can you attach an object onto animated character. Why should I say that? Again, I don't really know ZBrush, and I don't really know what is retail poly, what is UV mapping. It's just taking forever for me to create a customized model by myself, but I'm still looking for something different. Like for example, this is the character showing in my film, trying to figure out a way of how can I create something different with using my animation information, because I create the motion capture data from Motion Builder and mocap, and you can tell like the animation data should be based on a fully rigged simple avatar body, which I export from DAS Studio. But the problem is like this girl, she's like too normal, but how can I make it not that normal? Just to be straight up, you just add something different on her body, right? And how can you attach something different? Let me walk you through from scratch. For example, I just download the free mask. This is a mask we want to attach on this body. And the first thing, which is very important, is you need to group this object. You just right click and create group. Here it is. Mask 1. I'm going to show you why we need to why we need to group that later. And then we just need to find the target point of which thing we're gonna attach to. And first, we really need to hide the mesh because we need to select the rig, but now the body itself. One more thing you need to be sure is you need to change you just double click, and you need to change the modes from model to object. In this way, you can easily lively select the joint you created by someone. And let's say you just want to attach that mask to this joint. And first, you need to go to tags, C4D tags, character tags, constraint, and you need to change the priorities to generator and change the constraint mode to PSR. And then the target pop out. Right now, you just really need to find where this target is. And there's a lot of things happening here. You can right click, click Unfold All, and then it just automatically helps you to unfold everything. And you lively click to this body, and beta is here. And you go back. Oh, sorry, I did something wrong. And then you go back to the tag, constraint, generators, PSR, and you you go back to the body you really want to tag to, and just drag the body, the twist to that. Here we go. And then you unhide the whole body, and if you play that, this object, the mask, will attached and on the animated architecture and have that object move is that character with exact movement of the character. And after you repeat this time couple of times, and you got the final result of mine. So this is our final result. Super simple, right? And one more thing that we really need to create this group is after you have this tag, you can barely move the joints of this one, but you can still, if you have the group, you can still move the children. What if you want to rotate the mask a little bit to make sure there's no interjection, etc., and you can still have fully control of the mask itself. The next step I really want to show you is how about the Redshift proxy. Let me open my file really quick. In my thesis, there are a lot of super heavy thing. I'm gonna just quickly run you guys through for this thing. For example, I just create like a simple particle system, particle birds, whatever you name it, from Houdini, and export like a super heavy Olympic, which is taking forever for me to import into C4D, and it's like crashing a lot, and my size is like 3 gigabyte or something, which taking me forever to load. So how can I deal with this kind of heavy thing without really import this thing? That's why I really want to mention Redshift proxy, which is a game changer. So basically you just go to Redshift object, Redshift proxy, which support animated and deforming meshes, hairs, strands, intenses, volume containers, sliders, and lights and materials shaders apply to all this object, you name it. I would say from my point, especially for my thesis pipeline, it's more like ideally for your master shot, you should not involve any real mesh. Like you can tell for the bird, there's a path and animation. You can also change the animation here to loop. Then the word loop ping pong was simple, and you change that. You can also play with the timing. So the first step, you really need to export. Like for example, I'm using Houdini to create this kind of bird-like thing, and in the Houdini interface, you can export a Redshift sequence from Houdini super quick. You just need to build up a Redshift node and export it from Houdini. Actually, let me quickly show you how can we create the Redshift file from Houdini at first. This is very sarcastic because I didn't use this for a while, and I don't have my Redshift license for now, but I can still show you how it works. It's like super simple. From my point, you can definitely build this Redshift proxy as an Olympic or like a mesh sequence. Let me open the file at first. Let's say you already have the whole system set up. I mean, you don't necessarily need to do that, but I always cache the file at first, which is the BGEO file, which means you already baked everything on the top. So if your Houdini crashed, and if you want to transform this file to anything others, not only for Houdini proxy, you can do whatever you want based on that. And also you need to find the right location and make sure your name is naming correctly, and then you hit save to the desk. after you got the EGEO file, let's see, this is the one thing, the flower thing I have done, and see, like, you don't need to wait. You don't need to worry about if your file is too heavy, and you don't need to wait for the rendering time. Just type in material if you need materials, and if you don't need, for myself, I only export mesh. I didn't really do lighting and rendering, but you can still add a material if you want. If you don't, you just skip this point. You just type in RS proxy and it popped up. Just want to make sure you really need to check the export sequence, and you can type in how many sequence you need to export, and then just hit render to deck and find a good location. So this is the thing I already exported, so you can see it's like pretty straight up. It's just like the geo sequence, and it's lining up with the proxy here. And you can also change the modes to loop, simple, ping pong, and change the time range. And you can also choose the material. If the material is from the object, the proxy file, if you have some material in that file, and or if it's from the scene. And after that, I think that's it. So even the birds is like super heavy, but I can still use it like super smoothly. It's not necessarily need to be a RS file. You can also import your C4D scene into your master shot. Like for example, if you are working on a model which is in progress, but you still want to build up the final result in the meantime, I would say you just create a new proxy and you change the mask to the C4D thing, and this path will automatically line up your thing with your master shot. After that, what if you are still building up your model, and this model will automatically connect to your new scene, which is like super convenient for you to manage your file. So I would say I'm basically using this technique to manage most of my complicated file. So in my master shot, in my most of the master scene, I didn't really have a mesh itself. It's more like different cup of Redshift proxy, and then it will also reduce your file size a lot and also save your rendering time. I also want to quickly walk you guys through the motion tracker, but it's like too user-friendly. Basically, you just need to import the file, and you hit bake, and that's it. And it's basically the same thing with After Effects or Nuke 2D 3D tracker, and you can really incorporate with your 3D thing in your C4D. I think it's pretty much it. So again, I would say my today's sharing is more about how can you be a good designer. Is definitely gonna mess up the real production pipeline in a way. So I hope this one gonna be a little bit helpful. And if you guys wanna reach me out and ask me any questions, don't hesitate to Instagram, DM me, email me, whatever you name it. Thank you so much.
Welcome back to the show, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here with Curry. Curry, welcome to the show. Thanks so much for your presentation.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much.
So,
I'm so excited.
Are you? Good. Because they're excited to have you. I'm excited to have you here too. It's really creative work. A lot of people were chiming in. They've been in awe of your work. It's incredible. Talking about how amazing it looks, how creative. So yeah, a lot of thank yous, everybody rolling in with that. So thank you for taking the time on doing what you do. Bravo, they say, bravo. So I can dive in and jump into some of these questions because people are curious on some of your workflows.
Sure.
So let's dive in, shall we?
Yeah, let's do that.
So the first question is, do you do everything in camera or do you use compositing? So what's your process there?
Yeah, that's a very good question. I would say, since I'm a very design-driven person, I personally gonna complete almost like 90% of work in C4D, and really doing mainly doing everything in the C4D and barely using the compositing. But I can totally echo with Robert. Like, I use After Effects to add a little bit imperfection to make it better. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
Like, I'm adding like particles, noise, and a little bit like film effect on the top. But in terms of the 3D assets, I don't really work on a lot of different layers. I don't really work on like render out assets separately, because I just cannot imagine things unless it's showing up in my eyes. So basically, I would say I complete everything in C4D and do a little bit like live lens flare thing in After Effects. That's all.
Very cool. So did you start with cinema, or were you more familiar with After Effects and compositing first?
I would say I start with C4D, but my bachelor major is graphic design. So I would say I have a kind of solid design foundation. And yeah, I would say maybe start with Photoshop and then move to the Mograph world. Yeah, I already referred to that. Yeah.
Very cool. Well, still dealing with cameras, somebody's wondering, do you base your framing and field of view on real world cameras using 35, 50 millimeters, things like that? Or do you just say, forget it, you do just random things? Yeah, in that process.
Yeah, I would say definitely in the virtual 3D world, it gives you more free creative control to do whatever you want. But I personally feel like it's like super essential to always keep that in mind. Like, for example, I'm using a physical camera to create this kind of reality world. So I would say maybe most of the time I will definitely go by the realistic film and world camera, but sometimes I still go back crazy, like do whatever I want, which I can now achieve in live action. Yeah.
Cool. So you'll start off with real world and then break it if it looks better or just more creative option for you.
Right.
Super cool. Somebody was wondering, what's the most daunting or difficult effect you've worked on, and how do you deal with those effects when you have something that seems a little too daunting?
Yeah, I would say, since you guys cannot believe that I'm like super slow on computer, like technical side, I'm just here to give you guys confidence. Like, if I can do that, you guys can definitely do that. And C4D is like super user friendly. And this is kind of sarcastic. I would say most of it, I'm not really good at solving problem. If that's like a passion project, I will try to fix a problem at first. But if I can really not fix that, I will just go by another direction, because I personally feel like I have way more creative control and doing better, way better on working on good stuff, but not like fixing problem.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, well,
like,
that's great. I mean, so you're not more of a technical director, but more of a creative.
Right. I would say in another world, I'm trying to do what I can do, but not like fixing the technical. And I just try not to spend too much time on like very specific things. I would say I would definitely make the concept and design concept story come first, and then the technical side adding on it.
Yeah. And then if you get stuck, you just use your creativity to create around it and still tell your story instead of just staying there, fighting with the machine, fighting with the
right.
Yeah, that's a good way to approach it. Let's see, what is something that you're that you're excited to try? Is there any new tools or techniques or processes in production that you're excited about?
Yeah, totally. I would say right now I have already have a lot of things I still need to learn in C4D and Redshift. But I would say personally, I'm really into virtual production recently, since for my personal project, it's like a hybrid of live action and 3D. It's definitely essential for me to find a way to deal with the comping and how to incorporate with all the surrealism elements into my story. And I know like for the Unreal Engine, we already have a pipeline for virtual production, but I'm really looking forward if there's any potential for C4D to create kind of like the virtual production pipeline and also doing like VFX pipeline, like something like motion capture and tracking, etc., to make things happen.
Great. I'm going to make a note here. Dear Rick and product management, do what Curry said. Let's see if we can get that virtual production 101 kit done.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, they should have that built in no time. That should be come January. We'll see. I'm joking, internet. If you guys try and hold me to that, I'll be in trouble here. All right. Someone was wondering about your models. I know you talked a little bit about downloading models in the beginning. So do you, what are some of the resources that you use for models? So I love sharing those with the community.
Okay, I would say the answer is not that impressive. I just Google it and download all the free stuff online. And for the capture, I'm using that Studio a little bit, but it's like still like very basic stuff.
Okay.
Basically, yeah, I just Google it and download everything.
wherever you can find it.
Yeah, that's a point for my talk. Like, how can you transform a normal model into something inclusive and distinguished? Yeah. Yeah.
Very cool. Do you have a favorite place, or there's not a place that you go to? It's just mostly search.
Yeah, I would just go by the web and just Google it.
Just search.
Yeah.
Nice. All right, let's see here. Somebody was wondering, how do you work with the textures applied to the effects of motion capture figure when it takes a non-rendered, black or white form?
I'm not sure if I fully understand the question, but it's more like, how can you imagine your final result when you finish the motion capture and the body is like super simple, right? I would say it's still like the most essential thing is about the story. I mean, before I finish the motion capture, I already have my image building up in my mind, and I already know what kind of story I want to tell. So all the visuals is more like supporting conveying my idea, but not like thinking about like what kind of texture I'm looking for. It's more like what kind of story I want to tell, and then I'm gonna do whatever I want to apply for that to support that. Yeah.
Very cool. Speaking of storytelling, so where are some of the places that you pull your inspiration? Because it's very creative.
Yeah, I would say for this part, I'm also kind of boring and out of fashion. My personal life is almost non-visual. I love reading a lot, and I can literally feel how my Chinese heritage influenced me in all aspects. And also, I just feel like I don't really do online research, like just go for Pinterest and Behance, just looking for visual reference. I'm more like just questioning myself, what's my resonation and what's the essential ethnicity I'm looking for. So it's more like traditional artwork, philosophy book, and films, paintings, talking to the friends, architecture, etc. I mean, it's basically my personal life, and I will just taking notes and do whatever I want, and to like write down the inspirations all the times.
Yeah, so it's more personal than reference.
Yeah. I would say I won't strictly just like looking for a reference and like any specific direction I'm looking for. It's more like, okay, you watch a film or a book and you finally got an idea and really want to make it happen.
Very cool. Very cool. Somebody was wondering about Houdini. So where did you work with Houdini in the pipeline, and why did you choose Houdini instead of doing it all in Cinema?
Right. I personally feel like Houdini is definitely like super powerful, and I took the Houdini class in USC in my school, but I barely learning anything because like the noding bit is like super complicated, and I'm so slow. But I do know a little bit. I would say just super tiny things for Houdini, just like how to download the free Houdini file and change that a little bit. And also, like I mentioned in the talk, I create some like particle mesh simulation in Houdini and export as either Olympic or Redshift proxy. And you guys can see in my work, like the most like super complicated simulation, I will go by Houdini. But the rest of things, rendering, lighting, texturing, all the thing, I will be done in C4D.
Very cool. So there's your answer, folks. All right, let's see here. Let's see, when you begin your project, do you start with a sketch or something written that inspires your work, or what's your creative process like? Are you starting with sketches? Do you just jump into Cinema and start blocking out frames? How does that work?
I would say in the very beginning, I would definitely go by the idea, but it doesn't like a storyboard, but it's more like a writing down ideas. I will just write down everything, like what kind of elements, what kind of genre I want to include. After that, I barely doing sketch and storyboard. I mean, in Photoshop or anything, I just dive into C4D and do whatever I can.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I don't
So
really
you just go right into it.
Yeah, I just go right into it. Yeah.
That's really cool. And so a big question I know everybody's going to see. So when and where will we be able to see the full Simulacra film?
Right. I mean, this is my thesis and still running around the festival, but I would say the festival journey is almost done. I personally also looking forward to find a home for Simulacra because I don't want to release it online. No one gonna see that. So maybe just follow my Instagram and I will keep you guys posted. I'm also looking forward to it, but yeah. I'm pretty sure it will be released soon, very soon. I'm also wanna releasing it in a very short time.
Very cool. And well, all of our nerd family, somebody out there probably knows some good people and places that would be able to help release. So if you have a good spot that, or some connections in there that would be a good place to be able to release the film, go ahead and I guess probably reach out to you on Instagram or something. And yeah, she's looking for a good place to release it. So let's team up and get that going here. Get
Sounds
it as
amazing.
A staff pick or something. So
really
awesome.
Appreciate that.
Yeah, for sure. Look at our big nerd family. We take care of each other here. That's what we do. All right, let's see. I think we have a couple more questions coming in here. Do you put your real camera specs into the 3D camera specs? So do you go exact, or do you just go pretty close when you're working with cameras and trying to bring over visual elements into live action?
Yeah, I would say unless I really want to do like camera tracking for the motion tracker in C4D. Unless that, most of the time I will just go by my eyes. Like I don't really care about anything specific, the numbers for the camera. Yeah.
Very cool. Awesome. Well, I think that wraps it actually up. That is the last main question that I have in here from our audience. So Curry, thanks again for joining us. We would love to have you back, and definitely please let me know and the rest of everybody know when your film is out so we can continue to support you on all the creative projects that you're working on. So thanks again for joining us.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Such an honor.
Yeah, and everybody for tuning in, thank you. This is the conclusion of our 2020. What a crazy year it's been, but thank you guys so much for joining us show after show, month after month, making it all worthwhile for us over here at Maxon. And thank you to all the artists who joined us. Thank you to our sponsors from Toolfarm, Dell, and of course our big sponsor, Unreal, our main sponsor for the show. So everybody who's participated in it, thank you so much. We can't wait to see you in the next year in 2021. So make sure you've gone to 3D Motion Show and click sign up to stay up to date with the latest and greatest news. And we will see you in 2021 for a whole new season. Ciao.
Shake it up, be cool, work it out, do you. Shake it up, be cool, work it out, do you.
on in for incredible deals on software and plugins at Toolfarm.
Join specialist sports production instructor Jason Hare for a series of free webinars, designing and creating statistics-based MOGAT templates for use in Adobe Premiere. Using real-world techniques he developed for the 2018 World Cup and 2019 Rugby World Cup, Jason will show you how to build templates in After Effects, combining Red Giant Universe, custom expressions, essential graphics panel techniques, as well as data-driven graphic workflows. See how to share these templates with Premiere Pro, helping editors achieve more in less time.
Mograph.com, an online resource for motion graphic artists. Start your week with the Mograph podcast. Industry news, interviews with your favorite artists, and terrible humor. Watch live shows and interviews from Mograph events like NAB, SIGGRAPH, Half-Res, and local meetups.
This is exactly what I should be doing.
Our Mograph Talks feature live demos and motivation from artists all around the world.
Sometimes you gotta make stuff that you're not gonna put on your reel, and I'm not here to judge.
What if Rick and Morty show up for the countdown at midnight? That's where I peaked in life, in my career.
We gotta stop this thing, Rick! It's gonna kill us all!
Hear from the people that create your software, design your render engines, and artists that are changing the face of modern motion graphics.
You get that render done. Yeah, you better frame what?
Mograph tutorials and online classes will teach you about Cinema 4D, After Effects, as well as other popular software and render engines.
Throw in HDR Studio, take the render settings, pick the HDR, put in a reflection, and gorgeous.
Join the conversation in our live sessions.
That's so funny! All right, I'm gonna live forever!
Subscribe today and get the latest updates on our YouTube and other social media channels.
Take all your dreams and just do it!
Subscribe to Mograph.com.